Thank you so much, Yongpin, all the time. Of course, without you, we are probably not here. Okay, and yesterday we had a good time in a Dharma way. And of course, everyone, thank you for coming back today. We have maybe more things to learn or more things to practice. Whatever we can do, we do together. And meanwhile, if Sandy, you need this, I may don't really need this. And of course, we start daily practice first, and then we do maybe recite a little bit what we already go over or chanting, and then we go through line by line again, like yesterday. Om Dala Dawar Shibi Da Nubar Shib Ge Tarwa Dan Tam Ji Jimbe Bardo Juba Shiba Tan Ji Ji Zo Shibi Ma Nanga Dan Nyambi Samjian Tamji Dewa Dan Den Dungar Dan Cha Nyurdo Lana Me Bayan Tak Bara Dzogbi Shangju Rinpo Je To Barisha.
All mother sentient beings, limitless the space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment. All mother sentient beings, limitless of space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May they experience happiness, be free from suffering. Swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment.
Di Jido Sama Ji Ji Par Lunga Yizong Gewa La Go Ma Ji Bar Du Lunga Yizong Gewa La Go Tu Tere Ne Song De Nyema Sa Ta Zam Ji Bar Lunga Yizong Gewa La Go.
For that purpose, until I attain Buddhahood, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. Until death, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. From today until tomorrow, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue.
Oi Zhang Jiao Ningbo Ji Yi Ba Zhang Yi Nam La Jia Zhen Ji Chu Dan Xiang Jiao San Ba Yi Zhou La Di Yin Jia Zhen Ji 觉得让人觉得自己想就多年几把汤，想就身边老爸老得到人间的吧。 Tu xin zhu la pen den de zhang zhu zen ne ji ji xin. Tu xin de ne la ba la. Ren ba xin de la ba ji.
I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the Bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings. Practice the stages of the Bodhisattva's path. I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the Bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the Bodhisattva's path.
我上集就当作是胶囊了，将就怕的大内家孙节，大给解说解别所难解，罗拉边界上集就把来用。
Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings.
我马南嘎当年被圣贤当德瓦当德维觉当登巴就来吉，东阿当东阿吉觉当这。 就一东啊，没别的话，当门着我就人家，年人家当您当着，当娘们拉那把就也。
May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mothers, sentient beings, limitless as space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
我灵应吉丹让家君长久，让家将作献给吉为错，马路罗耶浪的不罗那一年多个突击上的走。 大乐龙觉多巴金吉堂，蓬干金吉，茶烟的麦吉，大德松为我不就是这个，不吉当今修爱心吉罗。 我当我们他来扬州行， 见该内藏中大吉吉名在内罗门的人就不为三头白心吉喽。
An infinite array of worlds, each with 4 continents and the wealth of infinite oceans of realms. If I bring them all to mind and offer them without exception, please hold with compassion all the beings they contain. My body, enjoyments, and whatever I own, my aggregates, elements, and sense sources, my aspirations now and in times to come, as well as everything I grasp as mine, by offering them all, may I be blessed with the end of self-grasping.
Om Guru. Oh, not yet.
Completely liberated from the bounds of real and unreal, transcending the names and attributes of arising, cessation, abiding, coming and going, affirmation and denial. The supreme mandala is the natural state. By offering it, may I be blessed to attain the state of Buddhahood. Guru
Devanda Gene Namanda Pardita So Namo Nansi Namdag Lama La Nansi Chiryin Zjoban 감사 용조 드소완데 고로와 단조드 신진지를 예예예 노르보 조기자 마산 주메 저위도 쳔베 이제 아단데 안데we dani gadija roa jamze moje dasim ni jingane zorwande cheni jingande jinjelo samdune jemenam dande londe joga doba shinjilo.
Namo. To the Guru, the utter purity of all appearance and existence, I offer all appearance and existence arisen as the primordial ground. I supplicate you, may the 3 realms be completely liberated. Please grant blessings to empty samsara from its depth. Lord, with 5 omniscient wisdoms, crown ornament, kind one with loving nature, precious protector of beings, heart of all Buddhas, inexpressible by words or thought, I supplicate you from the core of my mind. Bless me from within the state of Dharmata. Bless me to realize this mind, primordially pure and unborn, as the unfathomable Dharmakaya.
Simchen namji zamba tang loye jera jidar war chechun tumon tekbayi chujin kol kordo zo Son Sanchi Tam Jin O Rek Dong Jin Kur Jam So Chap Da Ka Rin Zong Me Tu Ki Dan Yin Kam Chu Ji Jer Bu Shap Ji Pe Mo Chun Ma Me Ba Lang Go Ra Du Du De Go Song Ku Ba Chin Bo Go Ne Ja Tsar Jin Jap Se Je O Je Wa Ne Tse Ra Yin Chen Wang Tam Ji Tukze Khenpo Godem Jisu Songde Jushin Jila Baranza Doso Gongge Shar Songda Vemen Mongka Saran Zimben Dongda Shen Zembe Sevo Sandra Sarven Rokun Neget Tukji Dama Kuni Juren Jiten Som Jen Kong Jabe Tamo Pema Garpo Deren Dalo Yen Zor Jan Vorjen Zolen Peme Dombo Cherve Namdra Ronjong Sunji Zhon Zanzo Beye Yoden Zombar Paman Jungni Dalu Ben Sore Jong Xinyi Tengen Xixin Sukben Chenze Jinko Rab Gongxin Drikung Zemo Mamba Senze Lotu Kunde Nyande Kudong Yeshi Rinpoche Mekong Chunyin Kalan Ziba Kong Jambra Shona Kune Kawe Dzogchen Jo Yinzhou Pima Garbon Zimbi Sha Lixun Visir Dongge Chawa Jin Yinge Misir Lodron Joza Yongjen Age Barmo Da Shi Zhong Kunsong Dorsam Gara Shiri Sen Pima Gara Jimbon Yishin Sozur Nomnya Dir Dongja So Gatra Lama Nam La So Wande Dorjen Chongchen De Lo Naro Dai Marba Mela Chujin Gambo Pama Chuba Jerwan Drikung Ba Gaju Lama Nam La So Wande Kongre Do Garin Jin Yung Bongo Rayo Den Gunjung Jevi Jigar De Nying Bo Dong Zek Pepe Nanjuro Chime Vizri Jabji Da Yi Jan Shia Gunzing Drola Jiside Chime Vizri Yang Chur Tu Terenzo Vosa Long Jen Nang Kui Nanjiro Jingmi Ling Bi Shabla Sorvande Chidra Jarvi Sipo Shiwa Nandra Chobe Honjo Share Zang Pongjo Danga Randra Jingmi Juji Wambura Guja Anza Rikdong Jambara Shuni Shalable Kumbe Longle Pabe Dirji Ro Longdo Chunzi Jansong Adai Nipam Jayan Namjala Guja Anza Yoden Sanji Guntang Nyam Nayang Kari Sanji Gunle Labengo Anza Vela Madala Gujan Tasundra Velo Nachula Sit a little bit. Yesterday we already have our mind pointing instruction, and so just look at your big order, big head, big of your head. Yeah. So repetition is very important. You need to, as soon as your thoughts arise, you need to look back at your mind or turn inwardly to see your mind. It's called mindfulness, which now we know what does that really mean, and it's called, in the Dzogchen tradition, we call shaper. So the shaper, the dog, or taking care of sheep, they always bring back the thoughts to on place. So that there's only one thing that we need to pay attention. As soon as our thoughts rise, then look back. This is the methods that very powerful, and also sometimes it's kind of rare methods that you can hear. Maybe you have already heard of from me or someone else, but it's rarely given. It's the important part of here is that every teacher, Dzogchen or Mahamudra teachers, say you need to look at your mind. Usually never really give instruction to say how to look at your mind. So that is really important to know. Keep that in mind, and maybe that's just the you need tool that in your toolbox all the time to pull out and use it. And priceless, but also you can use again and again and never get dull or become sort of crippled. But this is what I can offer you all because that is what I learned from Drikung Rinpoche. Probably many of you know him personally, and maybe you also know from his books and his teachings and his students, so forth. So that's an important part. And I often see our Drikung tradition, this Nama Nangsi Namda is a very important passage that I often really point out, but different translations sometimes goes in a little bit different way. I suggest all the time that maybe we need to really refine translation on these texts, because this is the supplication, this is the mind pointing, and this is every maybe beginning of the meditation. You need to start from something, some sort of devotional chanting, supplication, and also contains the more profound view that we need to learn. Yesterday, or day before yesterday, we went through this aspirational prayer of Kuntunzangpo or Samadabhadra, and there we understood that there's only one ground, a single ground, if we call single or one. And that is our fundamental nature. And even we are in the dualistic world of samsara, is wandering in the samsara, but we are never straight from that because it's Longchenpa's often used, no matter what a dream, nightmare, if you call, but we never, our thoughts, that dream image is never left from our system, whatever occur, we don't know. But scientists have no explanation of why dream is happening and where dream is happening. But these bizarre things can happen, but it's never left. So until we wake up, we know that it's a dream. Maybe you know inside the dream, there's layers of dream. You wake up from one dream and then you are in still another dream and still another dream. So that if you are have that experience, easy to explain. But the people who have never dreamed, there's, I think I heard there are some people have never dreamed in one's life. So that's it's difficult to explain what dream is. However, the dream is a good explanation of that the samsara dualistic world is not really out there. It's just how we our mind project in the dream images in a certain way, and but that's only we need to understand to wake up or recognize it. Unless we're fighting with the dream images to dream image, then we have all kind of efforts involved, and maybe we are not really solving the dream image. What you want to dislike things to discard or like to embrace, so that doesn't really help. Stop dreaming, and That's also a dualistic word. But the first two lines here, Namo, if you look at page 9, just we learned these are important because you're probably familiar with and you already memorize. I'm talking about the daily practice. And maybe if you want to sit down and to practice, either you chant these or something that relate to you, familiar with to you, you understand the meaning and then what purpose you are doing and what you are asking. And those are important in practice. So here, Namo to the Guru, utter purity of all appearances and existence, that seems straightforward. Then the next one is, I offer all appearances and existence arisen as primordial ground. So this is a little bit awkward. Yeah? It's some translations would say, I offer the primordial ground. We cannot offer primordial ground. Primordial ground is the ultimate reality. That something we offer is something we think there is something we can offer. What we have is appearances in the existence, but these appearances in the existence arise from the primordial ground, not arisen as a primordial ground. So appearances cannot risen as a primordial ground because primordial ground should not be risen. It's a primordial ground is not appearance, not existence, so it cannot be as risen as primordial ground. So primordial ground, we cannot see primordial ground, we cannot feel primordial ground. So that's why it's called primordial ground. It's beyond experience. So maybe we think about that. These applications are very important, and think about these appearances and existence that are rising from the primordial ground. So that everything rises. Do you remember there's only one ground? The samsara and the nirvana is rising from there, not rising as the primordial ground. And so these are important. Our translators skillful, but still always there's room to make improvement. Sometimes it's important. Then the last 2 or 3 lines seems good. Yeah, it is at least these chanting. Other chantings we have. May I realize Dharmakaya as my mind. That is the opposite way. We need to say in this way that bless me to realize this mind or my mind, primordially pure and unborn, as unfathomable Dharmakaya. So that's the directions better here. So I'm talking about different, our Drikung centers have different translations used, sometimes a little bit need to change and refine this way. I think that at least the second line of the beginning, we must change that I offer all appearances and existence that rise from the primordial ground. So we learned the primordial ground very well now, and then we probably should know better. Yeah, that's I want to point out, and maybe we start with 1 or 2 questions, and then we can go through the text more. Any questions in here or?
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Rinpoche. I have two questions. One is for everybody here and also on Zoom. The second question is only for people here because it's a question about the empowerment. So my first question is, thank you for giving us the oral transmission of the heart essence of Longchenpa for the preliminary practice. But just having the oral transmission, it's hard for a beginner like me to know how to actually practice. Could you please kindly give us some instruction in terms of how to actually practice that preliminary practice? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's we always need to start from preliminary practice. Even if we are very advanced practitioners, these every lineage we have preliminary practice. That's for sure. And particularly these preliminary practice that I give long yesterday, and mainly maybe we cannot go through detail, but I would say if beginners or you are not familiar with these texts, better to read and chant without worry too much about uh, the counting of the 100,000 bodhicitta, 100,000 100 syllables, and so forth. I think once you familiarize well, then they have step by step. And the very beginnings, saying the blessing of the speech, which is because if once you soon as wake up, usually we have this wake up call kind of to say waking up, and then you do kind of release or blow away the negative qi air from nostrils, and then you bless your tongue. Blessed tongue is important. The whole day, whatever you recite mantras, that's for purpose of blessing your tongue is important. And then we have more and more deep in here to chant more this Guru Yoga, what we chant in GBI. That is the rising your faith, or this is very very profound, and also it's at the same time very intimacy that is talking about our Guru. It's reside in our heart center. It's not our Gurus out there. Even you go to sleep, you sleep, you put your Guru in your heart center. Usually, if you want to practice dream yoga, usually they call when you sleep, either you visualize a red lotus in your throat to sleep, to recite your Guru there, or in your heart. So here I think we are maybe familiar with who went to Gato Rinpoche's teaching. We chant this from the blessing lotus of devotion of the center of my heart. Yeah, rise up, O compassionate Lama. So the whole night you are keeping your Guru in your heart or your throat, and my heart, rise up, O compassionate Lama, my only refuge. I'm blocked by past action and turbulence emotions to protect me in my misfortunes. And then now you are wake up, you stand up, So now you are bringing your guru hard to throw to the crown. Remain as a jewel ornament on the crown of my heart, my head, the chakra of great bliss, the great bliss is on top. And at the same time, our own arousing all my mindfulness awareness together, mindfulness and awarenesses I need to wake up at the same time. And then I pray, arousing all my mindfulness and awarenesses. I pray means I pray for all my senses and my faith and my devotion and my understanding all rise up. So then we have whole mind changing or the whole thoughts that change our mind turn into Dharma and so forth. So very detailed chantings here. And then after that, that we don't need too much explain now. You need to familiarize that. And then, of course, regularly we do take refuge, bodhicitta, and then Vajrasattva's purification with visualization of Vajrasattva, dissolution of Vajrasattva in you, and through the four powers, compassion and so forth, and then recite Vajrasattva's mantra, 100 syllable, and then dissolve Man Vajrasattva into you, and Vajrasattva, you are become Vajrasattva. So that's how I practice. Then we have mandala offering, that's a separate thing. And then the you practiced kusala, Lu Jinzi, we call Lu Jinzi, the pay Lu Jinzi Purpila Duchum and so forth. And then we have Guru Yoga, which Guru is Guru Rinpoche. But when you visualize Guru Rinpoche, yourself as a receiver of blessing, need to visualize you as a Vajra Yogini. Stand up, a Vajra Yogini, and then you, of course, Guru Rinpoche is in front of you, and then Vajra Guru mantras, and then all the blessings come with for empowerment. This is called self-empowerment. It's white Om, red A, blue Hong, and so forth. So these the four in the navel, and these four areas, the Guru Rinpoche's four chakras, they radiate the white, red, blue, and dark radiance come to you as dissolve into your four places. That's your self-empowerment. So this four empowerment are self-empowerment. And then everything dissolve in you, and then you do a meditation. What now we know how to do with the meditation. That's a kind of preliminary practice. What do we do? If you have chance, sometimes if you finish already many mundos, but sometimes read this because this has more information. Sometimes we can get from there.
Thank you very much. I have a second question, if that's okay. Suyang, can you mute the Zoom? Sorry, folks on Zoom, I just have a question about the in-person activity.
Are you? Yeah.
I have one question about this practice structure.
Yes.
Whether it is good idea to combine it somehow in sadhana practice, in regular generation stage, like chakra samvara.
Yes, but need to do separately.
Need to do separately.
Yes.
So basically, this is different from dissolution stage in the sadhana
Yes,
practice.
because dissolution stage is, we all know, first we visualize, that's called generation stage, or generating deities, visualizing. And then finally we need to dissolve, that's called completion stage. Dissolving, particularly Yamataka, if you participate, how dissolve the whole outer mandala into the single deity to the Hong syllable. Hong syllable itself has sort of 5 parts. We don't have Hong, but then it's slowly dissolved up, down to up. Yeah. So, but that's imagining ourselves. Imagination is not Chikyu practice. So the final stage, once you dissolve everything into space, then you can rest as Chikyu. But until that, it's not count as dissolution process. Is not count as Chikyu.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Chikyu has no process.
And like in sadhana, sometimes you have this mantra, Om Svabhava Sudha.
Yeah.
So this is basically also meditation on emptiness, right?
Yeah. Is it okay to do
this kind of practice meditation after this mantra?
Yes, because talking about all week sadhanas start with Om Subhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Subhava Shuddham. It's very important because the Buddhists all practice are enriched by emptiness. And the beginning emptiness, when we start, Om Subhava, the Subhava means nature. Om, just the beginning of the mantra. Om Subhava, Shuddha is pure, means pure. So the nature is pure. Nature of what? Sarva Dharma, all phenomena. So all phenomena are naturally pure. Om Sarva Dharma, Subhava, Shuddha, the nature, Aham, means it's me. So really means all dharmas are pure, and that is me. The tantric practice is what we are visualizing and what we are dissolving. We are the deity. We are the reciting mantra. Our nature is pure. So that's why Om Subhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Subhava Shuddha Aham. Aham means that is me. And of course, more complicated things would come, but that naturally that me. And then you can rest again in to practice.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question about the ground. Like, is this on? Is it okay? A little closer, like that. This question just came up into my mind when you were explaining about this Namu Namsi Namdak and the translation, a little bit mistake, yeah? And I was wondering, like, because when you said that we can't say, like, appearances are the ground, right? Like, appearances arise from the ground, but we can't say that appearances are the ground. And then to me, like, that sort of feels almost like dualistic in a way, like there's two things there, like there's the ground and then there's appearances. And then so I'm wondering if that is like a dualistic thing, like there's two, yeah, like they're separate. And if they're separate, or if they're two, then like how do appearances arise from the ground? Like what is the mechanism or something that causes like the ground to manifest as appearances?
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of like a side question connected with that is like is the mind like the pure essential, like the nature of the mind, Rigpa or whatever you want to call it, like is that the same as the ground, or is Rigpa and ground like something different? And if they're different, then what's the difference? Like how are they different?
Mm-hmm.
Something like this, yeah.
Okay.
So basically it's a question about like can there be a dualistic situation there with the ground and with appearances, or with mind and ground? Like, are they dualistic or are they non-dualistic, and how does that kind of work? That's
Yeah, I'm waiting for that question. So that's why we stopped yesterday there, and today we go through this. The mainly dualistic is whether there's dualistic or not. It's more our side of describing. The nature itself as dualistic or not is probably not, because that's these texts is clear, the single ground, no dualistic in there. Yet two paths already dualistic. How happened these two paths? That is your question. So I would say the nature ground itself has no dualistic. And our Namo Nangsi Namda chanting, what I'm saying is what appears, because we cannot really deny that we are involving now, right now, this moment, have some Dharma activities. Whether we call appearances or possibilities or existence or dream-like activities, whatever we call, something that's happening, not necessarily exist, because dream images doesn't really need to exist in inherently or naturally or that, but something that we cannot avoid. Even we close eye, we still feel something. So that is called appearances. But we can offer these all appearances as in a good way to accumulate merit, because these appearances are rising from the ground itself. So that's why I'm saying, if we say risen as a ground, then ground never appear. The ground appearances appear, ground's appearances. So these appearances is arising from ground, so we can see the single ground risen two patterns, two versions. And the same thing, the nature of our mind is non-dual, but conceptual thoughts that can rise from there. So the transition, how this non-dual state to risen as dual state, it seems to, it's not necessarily mean risen. So actually, in a two dualistic. You remember earlier we talked about it's not straight from ground, even risen, everything from ground, but it's never straight from ground. So that's why early we talk about the dream give us a very good example. So then how these appearances, if the ground has no appearances, how this ground arisen appearances ground, or if ground has no ignorance, then how ignorance rise, and whether our awareness or the wisdom, non-dual wisdom, is whether ground or not. It's much more deeper Dzogchen view that sometimes challenge to describe. But however, it's that's why we need to talk about dynamic energy, what's called Tsal, and then whether we call expression or the display, and maybe express. There's three layers, and there's a potentiality. This ground has potentiality. That's called the dynamism or dynamic energy. And then something that happened, rapture or fusion that happened at the beginning, that is called expression, sort of coming out. And then this subject-object duality probably involve to engage. That's called the rolba, the display. Play is on a stage. We have plays, so it shows something. It means allure or showing, attract, or something that people engage. Until that comes, before the dynamism that what our Rigpa has, often called dynamism of Rigpa, which is it's hidden potential. potency that's not come out yet. And then the expression comes, then we have. So sometimes if you watch quantum physics, theory it seems a little bit related. If you have familiar with that, then what is dark matter? It's so small, but yet it can potentially blow up the whole universe as how it appears. So Drikung's dynamism is there because of the Trikayas. Trikaya we talk about, Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, Nirmanakaya is our innate nature of our Rigpa. But it's a little bit difficult to pinpoint because the Dzogchen ground we talk about before samsara and nirvana. As soon as we say that, then we already put the Dzogchen ground in a time and space framework or restricted by that. And once we have that, then we say before samsara and nirvana. This is a single ground. Only before samsara and nirvana, what we have, only single ground. But then two paths, already samsara and nirvana happening, and then due to that, then we need to pursue going back to or achieving Buddhahood. So that path is coming. So this is good place to go through this. Okay, and maybe we just chant from beginning together. Maybe English is better to up to. Oh, yeah, up to this from the very first sense awareness does not dawn up to there. Transliteration with doesn't really matter, but maybe English is fine. Whatever you are more familiar with.
Okay, so up to
What page is that? Yesterday we stopped. Where we stopped?
are diluted. Mm-hmm. It's
What page is that?
Page 41.
Okay.
In the blue book. It's about 2/3 of the page we're reading. Okay. Ho, everything, appearance and possibilities, samsara or nirvana. I made changes according to Khenpo commentary, right? Ho, everything, appearance and possibilities, samsara or nirvana, has a single ground, yet two paths and two fruitions. They are magical displays by awareness or unawareness. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may all beings become Buddhas, completely perfected in the abode of the Dharma Dhatu. The ground of all is uncompounded, and the self-arising great expanse beyond expression has neither the name samsara nor nirvana. Realizing just this, you are a Buddha. Not realizing this, you are a being wandering in samsara. I pray that all you beings of the three realms may realize the true meaning of the inexpressible ground. have realized the truth of this ground, free from cause and condition, which is just this self-arising awareness. It is unstained by outer expression and inner thought, affirmation or denial, and is not defiled by the darkness of unmindfulness. Thus, this self-manifesting display is free from defects. Abide as intrinsic awareness. Even though the three realms were to be destroyed, there is no fear. There is no attachment to the five desirable qualities of sense objects. In self-arising consciousness, free of thoughts, there is neither solid form nor the five poisons. In the unceasing clarity of awareness, singular in essence, there yet arises the display of the five wisdoms. From the ripening of these five wisdoms, the five original Buddha families emerge, and through the expanse of their wisdom, the 42 peaceful Buddhas appear. Through the arising power of the five wisdoms, the 60 wrathful Herukas manifest. Thus, the ground awareness is never mistaken or wrong. The original Buddha of all, and through this prayer of mine, may all you beings who wander in the three realms of samsara realize this self-arising awareness, and may your great wisdom spontaneously increase. My emanations will continuously manifest in billions of unimaginable ways, appearing in forms to help you beings who can be trained. Through my compassionate prayer, may all of you beings who wander in the three realms of samsara escape from the six life forms.
I think maybe we stop there, or we just fanatic chanting now, maybe. Oh, Dambos, everyone has that. Now we are switching back to the fanatic with the fanatic one. It's I'm not sure which page. It's no page number with me. Yeah, everyone. O Dambo Samjian Chorba Na Shila Rukpa Ma Sha Yue Ije Yang Teme Wa Dega Ma Ring Churve Ju Telai Ji Jarwa Le Ngong Tai Sheba Sa Se Ju Edele dayen ranzin je bajarem de bal. Grova lo zin jwan jwan dele nyomo tangai je. Edenge le la jin je me te je sem jen truwe. Jame Mare Yembe Je Sanje Ngai Molamje Gunje Reparanje Jo. Maybe we stop here. This is one session that you notice maybe Kuntunzangpo says here that may all beings recognize their own awareness. We are talking about that yesterday to try to sit down and only we need to recognize our nature of our mind. We think, of course, sometimes we think we have much more bigger problems, serious problems, and samsara is a so difficult place to live, and all these bad deeds, maybe previous lives we did, and these lives sometimes without knowing we did some wrong. So this kind of heavy guilt or that, of course, we can need to acknowledge that, to confess. When we make a confession, we need to bring that in our mind. But here is this samsara, between samsara and the nirvana. The line is very thin. Even maybe there's not much line. And so that's why the liberation is very, very easy to achieve. There's one chan, the teaching, the small book says that every moment you're waking is a liberation. That is enlightenment. So the Dzogchen teaching is so special and so powerful. Why? Because it introduced that the ordinary beings can practice the right moment, liberate instantly. It's not need to wait for a long time to do that. And here, Kuntunzangpo's prayer, this all may all beings recognize their own awareness. And earlier, we already know that the samsara and the nirvana between these two is aware or unaware. It's not really two things that we can pinpoint, but really how we treat the objects. Then we also can talk about self-liberation and natural liberation and instantaneous liberation. So there's a lot of liberations that we talk about. We will see after the settle how we can treat when our thoughts rise and so forth. So here, say from the beginning, you beings or beings are deluded because you do not recognize awareness of the ground. So we talk about awareness of the ground. And here, the Tibetan is different. I don't know other translations what they do. At least this our small blue book seems read is a little bit differently. So here in the Tibetan say, from the beginning, beings deluded because the beings do not, their awareness didn't dawn on the ground. So which means that the awareness is subject. Here, awareness of ground. It's not the, I mean, it doesn't really that much matter, but it's this awareness is our awareness. That is not dawn on the ground. Means it didn't illuminate the ground. Means our awareness didn't recognize the ground. It's not we don't recognize the ground. It's not what we don't recognize our awareness, but our awareness didn't recognize the ground. So in the Tibetan, would not have much different, but if you treat here we talk about the ground. We are separating from the ground. That is another subject, complicated. And if we have time in the future, this Longchenpa's teachings are very detailed on these 8 doors of spontaneously present, how this ground presencing or the ground fulgence or ground manifest in such a way to samsaric beings or the enlightened beings, there was no differentiation of that because of recognition of the ground. Kuntunzangpo become Buddha, and the sentient beings become sentient beings due to the recognition and non-recognition. So here, already saying once we are sentient beings, now here's talking about two paths here. The one path is samsaric path. Now we all sentient beings have still have awareness, but that awareness didn't realize the ground, the actual nature of the ground. And what happened when our awareness is sort of become ignorant, and then beings that's unmindful of what occurred is delusion. Beings that unmindful of what occurs is delusion. Yeah, that delusion is we call delusion or confusion or mistake. That what we call is due to the unrecognition, or our awareness didn't really recognize the ground. Sometimes in Dzogchen we have the three ignorance. The three ignorances are self-ignorance, which means this unrecognition, the very beginning of what our awareness is become dull. So that's a self-ignorance. And then the true ignorance will become later, that there's two terms we could learn. The very state of unawareness and the cause of going stray. We remember astray is even we are this samsaric world in a two path. We took a road that's much more bumpier road, but we never stray from the ground. I'm not sure. We don't have this word in the Tibetan. So what they say in other translation. You see there is anxiety and a mental disquiet from which notion of self and others empty appear. So this all adding something. I think try to making sense to us. And we anyway, that's even straight or going to straight or this, we still need to think about our rooted in the ground. We cannot move out of Dharmakaya. That's for a period. And in the sutras, even teaches the ultimate realities where we stuck. And even we are kicking and screaming, but we cannot get out of this Dharmakaya. So that's the main idea of it. How easy to be getting enlightenment, because we just need to sit quietly. And we are doing something means we are trying to delusionally we can do something out of something, and that's our problem. That's sentient beings' problem. Yeah. Anyway, we can read further. This blue book is better, or is same? The small book is same as this big blue book, or not? Not. Okay. So whatever you have a question, let me know. We have few translations. That seems a little bit difficult. Now we know the how at the very first ignorant. In all Buddhist teachings, ignorance is the cause of the samsara. When we talk about Four Noble Truths, suffering and cause of suffering. Cause of suffering is ignorance. Yeah. So that's the whole Buddhist teaching. And here, the sutras, they never say what is cause of ignorance. But here it's explaining the cause of ignorance. What is the cause of the ignorance? And the cause of ignorance, how happened? So sutras never talks about this ground before samsara and nirvana, how things arise. So here explaining that everything's equal, everything's everything's nature is one single nature, but then somehow it happened, and somehow it's happened is we need to study more texts that talks about this how things happened. I think easy way I'm sort of saying is that if before sleeping, maybe there is no dream, and a dream come out of from sort of nowhere. We can call the sleeping as a cause of dream, but then of course whatever dream images or dream activities we see, that's not really out of the sleep what we have, the physical or mental activities what happening. Similarly, here we can call the cause of ignorance is something happened in the ground. Due to that, then these two paths or the appearances arise. Even the appearances itself is nothing but ground. And then there's two ways of think about it. And if you recognize this ground is nothing but the ground itself, then there's no problem. If we fully understand this is just dream, then we don't want to attach to that dream. And then sentient beings have a doubt whether these appearances are coming from me or coming from outside. So that's the first doubt we have, is the cause of ignorance, or the ignorance itself. Here is talking about. From the beginning, your beings are deluded because you do not recognize, or your awareness did not recognize the ground. What recognized the ground? Appearance appears to you, that's you didn't recognize. It's your own ground or your own awareness. And then it's become more intense and more concretized, and then we can talk more about this. Yeah. From these delusive states, separation, self, and perception of others
as enemies.
So this is you can see, this text is so profound and packed with informations without knowing Dzogchen view and the ground, and this is a little bit difficult to impact, but still we can see how our delusional thinking or delusive or state is comes. From this delusive state comes the sudden fainting away. Fainting means you're stuck, sort of surprised that what is this bizarre phenomena. So the fainting are used as in a bad way. If you suddenly wake up very deep sleep, suddenly sometimes you kind of become confused that is this morning or this evening or this. So you are kind of surprised yourself that what's happening. Yeah. So that part is the fainting part. Away, and then subtle consciousness, wavering of fear. Then suddenly, if you want to go to work at morning, and you think suddenly I'm late for the work. So that's kind of fear and anxiety arising. Yeah, as soon as you treat these appearances out there, not mine, they need to deal with something, encounter with something. And then yesterday we talked about in a Pardo, the 100 deities, maybe peaceful deities are gentle and not much fear, but then they say when lawful deities show up, and then it's a lot of loud voice and kind of ferocious bodies. It's a very fearful place, Pardo has. Pardo is also a stage or the similar manifestation of the ground how manifest, because as soon as you die, black out, nothing happened, and you wake up from there, it's just Dharmakaya, pure Dharmakaya. Probably very short period of time. If you recognize there, you can become Dharmakaya. But then if you miss that part, then peaceful deities show up, and then lawful deities show up. So these stages are what we are showing here. You can see here as similar. And from that, wavering where arises a separation of self and perception of others as enemy. So we have this anxiety that once you see others and self here, then people usually care more about self and treat other as less care. And then these getting more and more intense, and then we have want to protect me and myself and my family, my pets and my country and so forth, and then whoever harm our thing, then we get upset and so forth. So this is how human beings and maybe animals and others acts, yeah. And gradually the tendency of separation strengthens, getting stronger, and from this cycle of samsara begins. Then the emotion of five poisons develop. The action of these emotions are endless. I think Bahatruku's translation, I remember, has some nice wordings in there. What we have in there. Seems he say from this where the habits of anger become stronger and stronger. Is this Bhagavatra's translation? Yeah, this one. Yeah. Now this, I remember. Do you see the lines of that? Yeah. But there was, yeah, once you try to find something, it's never found. So that's maybe not there, just delusionally thinking that something in there. And gradually the tendency of separation strengthens, and from the circle of samsara begins. Then the emotion of 5 poisons develop. The action of these emotions are become sort of endless. And then you begins lack awareness because of your unmindful, and there's basis of your going stray again. Stray is a word that used here, and often we need to think we never stray from the ground. And through my prayer, all you beings recognize your intrinsic awareness. That is a very important part. If early we talk about whether our awareness is same as ground or wisdom as the same as ground. It's Tibetan words are sometimes maybe important. We have Yeshi. Yeshi translated as primordial knowing. That's kind of literal meaning. Once we use a primordial knowing, means it's already always knowing. There is no unknown stage, primordially knowing. I translate in the writings gnosis, that is maybe for you. It's a could be new language, new vocabulary, but sometimes we use wisdom as well. The Rigpa awareness is here means Rigpa. The Rigpa is we see how aware or not aware, which means the recognition. I always discuss with others, and I believe that Rigpa is something we have. We can use it. Awareness that we have. That's just, we have the Rigpa, and we need to recognize Rigpa through Rigpa. That's why the Tukyu practice is Rigpa, the awareness recognizing awareness. And there is a subject-object duality collapse there, yeah? And then we have 2 more ignorance or unaware. Here called unawareness means ignorant here. As usually in the Dharma books we translate as ignorant, but here we have unawareness. And this first we know that Dzogchen saying that when ignorant itself, we saw that this kind of confused that as soon as we wake up, so we are shocked that there's something, but couldn't tell morning or evening. Suddenly fear arises because need to go to work, but it's already 10 o'clock and I should be there 9 o'clock. So it's a fear that arises, and then slowly we figure out, or making sense to us, really making sense to us, and settle down. Okay, this is evening. Is maybe a little bit giving a comfort, but then it's getting sort of deeper level. You see, we can read together, maybe a little bit more.
The innate unawareness. Innate unawareness means unmindfulness and distraction. Imputing unawareness means dualistic thoughts toward self and others. Both kinds of unawareness are the basis for the delusion of all beings.
Through
Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may all you beings wandering in samsara clear away the dark fog of unmindfulness, clear away the clinging thoughts of duality. May you recognize your own intrinsic awareness.
Yes, these areas are important to understand, and there's two mainly unawareness or the ignorance. One is called innate ignorance, innate in the sense of soon as sentient beings are separated from the enlightened beings, we have that. That's why it's innate. And most of the time, these Tibetan words translate as core emerging. Yeah, Lenjik Jeba. Chakchen Lenjik Jeba means core emergence of Mahamudra. That same word. So either you innate is good or the core emergence is good. That means we sort of who we are now, and we have sense of who we are mistakenly. Now we figure out this is not morning, it's evening. So that kind of sense of direction, and but totally wrong. But still, we have a more settled way of treating it. And then that's the means on mindfulness and distraction. Just do you don't really have a strong fixation. And then the second one is imputing unawareness, which means imputing ignorance. Then we really have a sense of self and other. That's just quite strong. Means dualistic thoughts towards self and others. And now we have solidifying or concretizing our samsaric world quite well. And these both kind of unawareness or ignorance are the basis for the delusion of all beings. So if we have first we call ignorance, but it's more confusion, and then we have a sense of the direction, but and then we decide self and other, where the boundary is very clear now. And through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may all beings wandering the samsara clear away the dark force of unmindfulness, clear away the clinging thoughts of duality. May you recognize your own intrinsic awareness. So that is our how we pray, and how the Kuntunzangpo's prayer is powerfully we can remove or correct our understanding. So it's necessary. We don't need to do any other things. Yeah. Okay, we can read further.
Dualistic thoughts create doubt. From subtle attachment to this dualistic turn of mind, dualistic tendencies become stronger and thicker. Food, wealth, clothes, home and friends, the 5 objects of the senses, and your beloved family. All these things cause torment by creating longing and desire. These are all worldly delusions. The activities of grasping and clinging are endless.
Maybe we stop there. So these, of course, we have dualistic thoughts created doubts, or the dualistic thoughts that make everything murky. We we already didn't recognize ourselves who we are, and then top of that we have ideas of self and others, and then we have much more concretized self and other. Through that, then we even make friends and enemies, and so these kind of strong sense are quite hurtful sometimes and difficult to resolve or subside. Yeah. So this Terton or doubt in the Tibetan means we are not clear. From subtle attachment to dualistic trend mind, the dualistic tendencies become. I was looking for this stronger and thicker. Is become stronger and concretized. So the very thick and strong. So now we really think I need everything, and I cannot survive without many things. And then our modern way of living is even more destruction. Yeah, it seems we are slowly destroy our home, so that we don't really notice or we see or we don't care or we care. So anyway, that's just how our emotions and the afflictions are become sort of manifest in a certain way that the samsara has become very intense place. That's why in the sutras we need to see samsara as a poisonous snakes pits or the fire pits that is always burning, always hatred, desire, and all poisons are kind of churning out, and so that's why our hearts cannot stand on this samsaric suffering, and they want to just get away from samsara and so forth. So that is how much we can do here, and then we read one more.
When the fruition of attachment ripens, you are born as a hungry ghost, tormented by coveting, desiring, miserable, starving, and thirsty. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may all you desirous and lustful beings who have attachments neither reject longing desires nor accept attachment to desires. Let your consciousness relax in its own natural state. Then your awareness will be able to hold its own. May you achieve the wisdom of perfect discernment.
So you see here is important. Of course, these will repeat 6 rounds, and now we know our afflictions are getting very stronger. Even that's almost created the whole structural world. And yesterday, we have a discussion on the hell realms. Maybe you or someone. Oh, you? Okay. Because in the Bodhicharya Avatara, talks about the hell realms. The hell realms is just the reflection of your own mind. And even there says there's nothing but the hell realm or any other hungry ghost. It's just your own mind. So we see here the dualistic mind become stronger and thicker, and then objects are concretized. Same way in a dream, there's no objects, but we can really treat them or attach to them or grasping them as a real thing. And that's why people have nightmares. Yeah, say I have nightmare means something that dream image bothers their mental stage. So that's why it's called the nightmare. And here, most important part is let your consciousness relax a little bit. Yeah, and Rinpoche often do this. That not only your mind but body is also related to you, so it helps to settle in your central state. I'll do a little bit this, and then relax. You should not have tense body. And then on nature state. On nature state, we talk about the Rigpa or awareness. The awareness itself as nature state, or if real awareness is the nature, your nature state. When your awareness will be able to hold its own, it means can rest its own state. How to rest it? That yesterday we talked about. You need to look at your back of your head. And through this, may you achieve the wisdom of perfect discernment. So that's the purpose of that. We have to discernment, confidence. But this is maybe not really encouraging, but Dzogchen Rinpoche told me that at least when you meditate, you should have confidence all the time, even you are totally wrong. Maybe we slowly make correction, but if you think I'm wrong, then you never do meditation well. You just sit and relax with that confidence that it maybe slowly, if we are wrong, through Guru's blessing and reading, chanting, and these aspirational prayers, maybe we can line slowly. But if you always have doubt on your practice, then you never be confidence a practitioner. Or the views, yesterday we talked about the views just like a mountain, yeah? Strong, unshakable, unchangeable. Rest a little bit. think today, this morning session, we stop here. And then afternoon, we have talk as well. So maybe we spend the first session to go through this text, finish. Now, of course, not that easy, but the easy part, there's a lot of repetition. We don't need to spend too much on the text. The most difficult or important session, that early part is already done. So we will chant and finish the text, and then we do a tea break, and then come back for to talk, Lama Chopa talk, and also chant the text that we have, the Narak Tonduk, which means the churning depth of the hell. That means we can all sentient beings from there. We will read. We will, or you will, or someone. If too long, 2 people, 3 people can read. Yes, we do. Another Tongdu. I think when we talk, and when you talk, and then we can read those. Yeah. Maybe short dedication now.
Page 18, Lord Jigten Samgun's dedication. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind root and lineage gurus, divine assembly of yidams, assemblies of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, heroes and heroines, yogi and hurli of dakinis, all of you dwelling in the 10 directions, please heed me. By power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of attachment, hatred, ignorance, pride, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, gain, respect, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. At the moment of death, may I not experience the suffering of being abruptly severed from this life. May I not suffer a terrible death. May I not die confused by wrong views. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind itself and in the crystal clarity of Dharmata. May I in any case gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo.
Only one method to look at, looking inwardly, which means we already have a foundation that builds our confidence or our belief that our mind nature is Buddha. And the awareness, what we call Rigpa in the Dzogchen tradition, that is non-dual awareness. When you look inwardly, the nature of our mind, then it see or recognize or realize on self. As that is a Dzogchen practice. And of course, then we need to look at our busy life. Sometimes we always look hourly. That's why we chase after either sound, smell, taste, textile, and feelings that what we have, we think that's good to do. People ask me, what music do you listen? I say, I never listen to music. I don't know. They say, what kind of music do you like? I say, I don't know because I never listen to music. So then my friends say, without music, life is meaningless. Yes, probably, but that and similarly, I think smell, taste, and form that we chase after them. Yesterday we talked about these the how we allure by the objects or sense objects to trap us in this endless game. However, the main sort of new you here, if you haven't had before mind pointing or how to meditate, this Dzogchen Chikchu practice, is need to look inwardly. So first foundation, the very basic thing, we need to believe ourselves, or even conceptually, we need to believe our mind is Buddha nature and Samadhi Kuntunzangpo. Either we call that as a ground or foundation or basis of everything. And we need to look inwardly. Once we look inwardly, it's right there. It's not there's blockage or will or anything obscurated, because now our awareness has become naked, sometimes called naked, sometimes called raw. That's called Rigpa Jemba or Rigpa itself. So my teacher, Drikung Rinpoche, often point out that you need to look inwardly. And how to look inwardly is you need to look your two eyeballs, try to look at your back of your head. So that is the meditation. And this needs to repeat again and again. It's Dzogchen Rinpoche, you can see whenever he talks, he's pointing this direction, not pointing this direction. Yeah? Same thing. His gesture is always pointing this direction, like this. It's not that direction. And then Drikung Rinpoche often point out, or especially he say, this Mahamudra aspiration prayer. If you are familiar with, maybe this is one of the instructions that we need. If you are not familiar with, maybe this is good text that we need to look at. And this is a very profound yet very in the dance of the information. If you look at page 3, the last paragraph is say, if you have, upon the basis of purification, is talking about Mahamudra, mind's nature of clarity and emptiness in union, may that which purifies the great Adamantine yoga of Mahamudra. So purification, the basis of purification, or what we call the ground of purification, is luminous and emptiness, or clarity and emptiness, union of that. And then the tool to how purify is yoga of Mahamudra. Yoga means something that you can use to purify. And then purified its objects. What is purifying in here? It's just the stain of advantageous delusion. As we are not, that's what we know, the dualistic concept that just we build. It's nowhere, it comes out. And as a result, may I realize the immaculate Dharmakaya. So Dharmakaya is our goal to realize that what we have in our chanting. So that's one thing I want to point out. Where the other next page, now we have this the view or the ground, and then meditation and sort of conduct. In here, next you can read that, and then in the end of the page 4, I mistake my own perception. Again, this I is not in the Tibetan, it's generally talking about, it's not only oneself, which have never been real for objects. There is the objects that never exist, but we still are attached to that. And through ignorance has power, or ignorance due to the ignorant, confuse my own awareness for itself, individual self-awareness itself. And through the duality's force, I roam, or everyone roams, arena of samsaric existence. And may I thoroughly eradicate the ignorance and delusions. And then so forth, you can, of course, this is very important, especially Drikung Rinpoche give teachings. He personally make a copy these texts available for us to keep in daily practices. So that is another thing maybe. If you have time and energy, and I don't want to push you to do anything against your will, but sometimes Dharma is good to have more, yeah. More is better and bigger is better. That's our American attitude. So we have American dream here. It's going on. And then, of course, you can see how nicely done these meditations. The main point I wanted to point out here is page 7. Page 7 is talking about how our mind is agitated, and dullness in a meditation. Generally, you can do that with waves of coarse and subtle thoughts naturally calm. We need to calm. And the river of mind unmoving, spontaneously stillness. We need to settle it. And uncontaminated by the trance of the liturgy and dullness, that's what we do when we meditate. And may the ocean of samadhi remain steadfast, inert. The main point here now is the last paragraph. This is often. When looking repeatedly at unobservable mind. So that's important. When we look at the mind inwardly, we are not trying to seeing something, or we trying to make settled. So it's saying here is unobservable. This translation is interesting. What do you hear when we say unobservable? But seems there is that, yeah. It's Tibetan. It's more. There's nothing to see. It's not just not we'll be able to see, but there's nothing to see. That's why we are not seeing. See, these translations are great, and we have these looking again and again. So that part we need to repeat when we look at our mind. As soon as our mind rise, our conceptual thought rise, we need to settle back, rest, and look whatever we call the eyeballs are rolling back or staring inwardly, outwardly, but looking inwardly. So whatever you can do, need to look at your back of your head while you are looking at me. So don't look at me, just look at here. So if you, that's the really methods that you need to learn. And then what we see, unobservable. If this is unobservable, we cannot see. But the point of non-seeing is vividly seen. So seeing and not seeing here is it's paradox, but it's we need to think about the mind nature is when you're looking again and again, we are not seeing things. At the same time, we are not missing anything. And holistically, entirely, we are in that, just as it is. So then what we need to do is in an indecision. Is it or it is not is cut right through. So we should not have, should my mind nature is like this or should not, or I am in a genuine mind nature or I am not. These are not helpful for meditators. However, may I recognize my very own nature without the delusion. So that's you can see, you can look at this now available Suyang's kindly share us. So those are maybe probably unbiased or introducing something that more and more here and there that what I got different Dzogchen masters and Mahamudra masters. So that's what I want to share you. So don't just stare and don't. Soon as your thoughts come up, look back. So that I share many times online and in person. So that if works, that's great. So you can endlessly can meditate, repeat million times a day. It's fine. But need to at least say short session with repetition. That was the main point. We cannot just hold because holding is concept. If you hold too long, then either become agitated or dullness or lethargic. That's why most of the time we do shamatha or vipassana. Then it's this kind of agitation of mind will arise because the concept also cannot hold that long. Similarly, we are in a concept. Without concept, cannot stay without concept that long either. So that's why we need to just repeat repetition. And that's having said that, then we have more to read. Maybe Sandra read more after the hell run.
Okay, I see. Page 43, the third stanza. When external objects appear, the subtle consciousness of fear will arise. From this fear, the habit of anger becomes stronger and stronger. Finally, hostility comes, causing violence and murder. When the fruition of this anger ripens, you will suffer in hell by boiling and burning. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, you beings of the six realms, when strong anger arises for you, neither reject nor accept it. Instead, relax in the natural state and achieve the wisdom of clarity. When your mind becomes full of...
So here we have 6 realms. Yeah, 6 realms would relate with the six poisons, and hatred is related to the hell realm, where our mind has become sort of a rage, and that's caused us to even not even talk about the hell realm, but in this word they say person who are raging, and while the person's raging, they would not have peace in a system. Usually, we can see people get angry, and their even skin colors, face colors even change. So it's anger is one of the stronger one, and then we do. So these the instead relax all the when anger arises, neither reject nor accept. So that is the very method that we need to sort of learn. Here, rejection and exceptions are very much involved with effort. We see that, which means is more fabrication of our part, and we wanted to remove something. Of course, we don't like ants. That's why we have these great white color things. And so these kind of even this gently avoiding have some intention behind. And then, of course, much more. One friend is running here, so this maybe cross that boundary. We don't know when. Anyway, that's just, the effort to remove something is sometimes a little bit difficult to totally without or without rejection, without resistance. Mainly, every force we take, whether positive action or negative action, we always have resistance. So that makes sometimes create a more complicated situations. And that's why whether we are accepting that as a good action, we cherish that, or we reject because of our dislike attitude. Both have opposite force, and as soon as we do that, then we have, of course, the resistance will come up. Instead, what we need to do, relax in the natural state, achieve the wisdom of clarity. That's what really we learn. One method that we never forget in our life. So that's It's not complicated. It's very simple. It's just we need to for moments, we need to just everything set aside to look inwardly. So that's just very simple but very powerful meditation. And then we also need to build our confidence in that it's not like, oh, maybe this is too simple. I couldn't believe. Maybe the realization or meditation should be much more colorful, much more experiential, much more something that we must have. So sometimes, of course, when people talk about experience, that I have this experience, I have that experience, that must be something good things. Maybe it's a good thing, but experience is just comes and goes. It's never be reliable. And you cannot repeat experience. And hardly can repeat our dream, yeah. So we know that. It's almost impossible. So same thing, experience is always slippery, it comes and goes. So if we want to, or we rely on this experience, then we are trouble. And the meditation experience could have the bliss, danyam, could have empty feeling, the experience of emptiness, and could have experience of clarity. All these are just experience. It's a category for the something going on in our conceptual mind level, and probably sensational feeling and those things. These doesn't count as a stable as a realization or the recognition of the Rigpa. That's why here only cares about whether good experience or bad experience. We don't need to accept good experience. We don't need to reject bad experience, but we need to instead relax in a nature state or settle. Sometimes use rest, so whatever good for that. Maybe next one.
When your mind becomes full of pride, there will arise thoughts of competition and humiliation. As this pride becomes stronger and stronger, you will experience the suffering of quarrels and abuse. When the fruition of this karma ripens, you will be born in the God realms and experience the suffering of change and falling to lower rebirths. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may you beings who develop pride let your consciousness relax in the natural state. Then your awareness will be able to hold its own. May you achieve the wisdom of equanimity.
And of course, here we have them talking about this jealous and so forth. And once we have that, then we have competition and humiliation. Always, once we compete with something, there is always humiliation because there is winners and losers all the time. The whole game is that, yeah. And this is also whether we get positive kind of winner title or loser title. So we don't embrace the winner title and don't reject the loser title. And then instead relax in a natural state and achieve the wisdom of clarity. So these are the important part. The main message here, whatever comes in our mind, we should disengage if you can. The conceptually disengage is also involve antidote, accepting, rejecting, because I don't want to engage means it's a rejection. But you just settled or relax and rest in your mind nature, then these two extremes are dissolved or resolved in that stage. And the next one.
By increasing the habit of duality, by praising yourself and denigrating others, your competitive mind will lead you to jealousy and fighting, and you will be born in the jealous God realm, where there is much killing and injury. From the result of that killing, you will fall into the hell realm. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, when jealousy and competitive thoughts arise, do not grasp them as enemies. Just relax in ease, then consciousness can hold its own natural state. May you achieve the wisdom of unobstructed action.
Yeah, earlier we talked about the habitual tendency or the concept that becomes stronger and thicker. So these dualistic concepts are increasing due to that. Then we have all sort of these fruit will ripen. Instead, chasing after them or rejecting them, then it's just need to relax and so forth. So it's a repetition how any disturbing emotions or the five poisons that arise, no matter what. If we have this tool to relax ourselves, to settled in the nature of mind, then it's called self-liberation. Everything liberate itself. Liberate doesn't mean need to transform everything. Liberated means if you disengage, the objects are liberate itself. Means it doesn't really interfere with your thinking, belief, or your emotion, or your understanding, or anything that you. Even in a dualistic mind, in a samsara, we think I'm an individual, that I cannot really directly feel your feelings. So that what we believe, somehow we are individuals. So same thing, if we disengage objects, that's nothing to do with individuals. That's why if we disengage, they just liberated themselves. The liberation doesn't need to take transform of totally something else. But then would change something. That is what it is, or how it appears. Let them appear in their own way, and that's called liberation. Yeah. Okay. So the killers on the
You beings will become dull, foggy, and forgetful. By being unconscious and lazy, you will increase your ignorance. And the fruition of this ignorance will be to wander helplessly in the animal realm. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may you beings who have fallen into the dark pit of ignorance shine the light of mindfulness, thereby achieve wisdom free from thought.
Here, by being distracted, careless, and unmindfulness, this is a really important part. Early we talk about the meditation is Dzogchen meditation or Mahamudra meditation is always involved with mindfulness. If we forget or we distracted by something and then we sort of pass time and waste our time, then we are not really meditating. Mahamudra and Dzogchen say there's no action, no effort. Doesn't mean we don't need to bring back our mind where it should it be. So that's why it's called shepherd. Mindfulness is a shepherd. We always need to know. As soon as our thought arise, but as soon as our thought arise, if you look inwardly, it just liberates in there. We don't need to try to some thinking about antidote to liberate. I'm not saying all the 37 Bodhisattva practice and the 6 paramitas, each one has its own function to antidote to, for example, 6 paramitas are antidote for 6 poisons. If you have stingy, then generosity. If you have desire, then moral ethics, and so forth. If you have ignorance, then wisdom. But here, these are good when you are not meditating. For practice, aware of what you are doing. You should not do these things because of the consequences. But while meditating, then we don't need to fabrication of 6 paramita is antidote of the 6 poisons. So therefore, that we need to accept. 6 poisons are we need to reject. So that these two, accepting and rejecting, war between these two is really become tense. Then our mind is never be settled because we need to fighting. So, however, in a post meditation, we need to carefully act and carefully think, and whatever we do as much as we can to virtually. But only when we meditate, then either Chan or Dzogchen way of saying, whether white cloud or black cloud, it can shadow the sun or obscure the sun. And whether iron chain or golden chain, it doesn't matter. It shackles a person's lamps. So it's important to when we should think virtually as possible, and when we need to let even that things go. That's very important in our practice.
All you beings of the 3 realms are actually identical to Buddha's, the ground of all. But your misunderstanding of the ground causes you to go astray, so you act without aim. The 6 karmic actions are a delusion, like a dream. I am the primordial Buddha, here to train the 6 kinds of beings through all my manifestations. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may all you beings, without exception, attain enlightenment, the state of Dharma Dhatu.
Here we have, of course, the very beginning. We say this is the first ground or foundation or basis that what English language comes, and this ground, or sometimes in Sanskrit alaya kunshi. In here we have a kunshi. These here the Kuntunzangpo aspiration prayer, the primordial ground. We talk about our mind nature, which equal to I, the Kuntunzangpo, Buddha Kuntunzangpo. Somehow the ground become the ground of confusion, because Longchenpa often talk about this ground is called ground of liberation, because we can liberate on through understanding of this or realizing this. Sometimes we call this as ground of confusion, because we confuse in or on or from this very ground. So these are important due to our forgetfulness or mind unmindful or without mindful. And due to that, we are now doing all kinds of meaningless things in the samsara. And then here say, I'm just looking at Tibetan and English side by side, but I think same thing. The 6 karmic actions are a delusion, like dream. We often use as a dream image. That is the best kind of example. And then say, Kuntunzangpo, I'm the first Buddha. So the Kuntunzangpo's first Buddha means here first Buddha means the very beginning. Well, now we are talking about the ground, then two paths taking the confusion and realize path, and then two fruit means sentient being and Kuntunzangpo. So Kuntunzangpo, due to the realization, Kuntunzangpo become Buddha, and due to the ignorant or unaware, we are become sentient being. But we still need to remember ourselves, remind ourselves that we are in the same ground. And we never stray from that ground. So it is important that anchor our view and meditation always back to our nature of our mind or our mind nature. And then, of course, Kuntunzangpo's aspiration prayer here, that I'm the primordial Buddha here, to train the 6 kinds of beings through all my manifestations. We saw the 100 deities manifestation of the Kuntunzangpo. Through Kuntunzangpo's prayer, may all beings without exception attain enlightenment in the state of Dharma Dhatu. That is our most goal, highest goal, and that is our goal to achieve. And Namo Nangsi Namdaji Lama in our prayer, as may I realize my mind as Dharmakaya. So that is the final goal. So now we are the last part of the aspiration prayer.
Aho. Hereafter, whenever a very powerful yogin, with his or her awareness radiant and free from delusion, recites this very powerful prayer, then all who hear it will achieve enlightenment within 3 lifetimes, during a solar or lunar eclipse, during an earthquake, or when the earth rumbles, at the solstices or the new year. You should visualize Kuntunzangpo, and if you pray loudly so all can hear, the beings of the 3 realms will be gradually liberated from suffering through the prayer of the yogin and will finally achieve enlightenment.
Yeah, these now probably we all feel that how these aspiration prayer is powerful because it's telling us the nature of our mind directly, and telling by our mind nature. And this text is now you can see how related to the liberation achieving through a very natural way. It's not any fabrication or any conceptual way of dealing it. So that is very important. And then here's when you need to chant, and these are probably mean due to our biased thinking, or we think solar eclipse and New Year's and these earthquakes are big events that so all these powers. Do you remember samsara and nirvana is manifest from our mind due to our nature of our mind's power. So the earthquake and all these events are also how we see things. So these events are big. So these observation prayers, when we can chant these particular days, then it's become even more powerful. And here also say that if you recite this correctly, now without delusion, and then or here one can achieve enlightenment within 3 lifetimes. So there is another chance of achieving light. Even hearing these texts, that is called liberation through hearing and so forth. So this is our guru, Dzogchen Rinpoche's favorite. I don't know if we can say favorite. He at least he explicitly say it's good for you. So that's why this is a live lineage chanting, and it's very powerful chanting. And fortunately, our lineage holding this and everywhere. And Dzogchen Rinpoche himself told many times, go through these texts. Yesterday I talked about as soon as he come out from the prison, he make a block print, carve. I'm not sure he carved or he asked someone to carve, and he published on at those days in Tibet, paper is very, very difficult to obtain. He said he printed on either the tea bag or wrapper of the tea, or wrapper of the cement that sometimes come out with thick paper. So did that, and now we have clean, computerized, and big fonts, small fonts. So very, very nice to see these tradition is alive, and also due to our here, Yongfen and Kim and Martin and you and everyone here, and so Young and whoever involved with this center. Of course, Dzogchen Rinpoche and his emanation, Abu Lama. We have this nice temple, and I'm so happy that I can share at least part of the blessing that I got from Dzogchen Rinpoche and you. These benefit is go beyond our circle here and beyond our Zoom friends, and then of course now we also know how important having a center. Of course, good people is the main heart essence, but having a temple or center is really important. That's why Dzogchen Rinpoche, his whole life is try to establish centers that here there are not only one place. Everyone need to go there to see or practice Dharma there, but in locals can come gather together whenever have time, energy, that come together to practice genuinely. I think that's why we have fortunately here established already, and more and more Dharma activities, and those will flourish. But meanwhile, whoever here or beyond want to support this center, either financially or donate your time, or even make aspiration prayers, or whatever you can support in a positive way. So definitely everyone need that kind of positive, no matter what. Even Dzogchen Rinpoche himself is Buddha, but he's still trying to ask others to support the centers. So please, everyone, I'm kind of begging everyone to to support this center, and then we can conclude my teaching in here, and then we do talk after we have a short or long tea break that I don't know yet, but maybe 3:20 come back. 3:21 Tara 21 Tara, yeah, and, and then maybe just read all the way to the end, even colophon of that you have that.
This prayer was taken from the 9th chapter of the Dzogchen teachings of the Gompa Zantal, the Northern Treasures discovered by the Terton Rigdzin Godem. On the 15th day of the 7th Tibetan month in the year of the sheep, 1991, this prayer was translated by Venerable Baka Tukul Rinpoche in Berkeley, California, assisted by Lumpu Urgyen Tondub, and reprinted by arrangement with Vairotsana Foundation, Santa Barbara, California.
You see, these texts while we are walking, Kim and Samin, that these edition seems didn't change since we have 2002, which means a lot of blessings in here, but maybe there's need some in the future. Maybe someone can edit a little bit to make more kind of line with the Tibetans. That would be good. In the meanwhile, we can do short dedication, and then we can have a great tea.
How about page 12? Or page 11. Let's just start on 11. By this merit may I attain omniscience, having defeated the enemies, my wrongdoings. May I liberate all beings who are tossed in the ocean of samsara by the waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Whatever virtues sentient beings possess, whatever good they have done, will do, or doing now, whatever goodness there may be, may it permeate all beings everywhere by the virtue accumulated throughout the 3 times by others and myself. May all beings filling the reaches of space enter the gateway of the unexcelled path, and may they attain the Vajra holder's ground. By all the virtue actually performed and mentally created by myself and all sentient beings of the 3 times, may all beings of the 6 realms attain the 5 kayas, Primordial wisdom of the Buddhas in the Dharmadhatu mandala of the awakened mind. On the crown. Hold me in kindness and grant me all the accomplishments of enlightened body, speech, and mind. Can we skip ahead to the Chanchu prayer? Page 30. May bodhicitta, the precious and supreme mind, arise in whom it has not yet arisen. Where it has arisen, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher.
Ready, everyone? Chosong kunde lama lai chan ju bardo da chan ji nyam dan ga jan do da je lama san e
To the Guru Deity, embodiment of the three jewels, I go for refuge until enlightenment. In order to liberate pitiful, wayfaring beings pervading space, I will strive to accomplish the Guru Buddha. To the Guru Deity, embodiment of the three jewels, I go for refuge until enlightenment is reached. In order to liberate pitiful, wayfaring beings pervading space, I will strive to accomplish the Guru Buddha.
Adan me ye jun ben ze zo xiang dan ye ji zhi qi na zang wei la me be nan ge gang ge jia yu ji.
The offering substances of gods and humans, those actually arranged and those mentally gathered, outer, inner, secret, and unsurpassed, may they pervade all reaches of space.
Namo Ranadaya Namo Bhagavad Benzara Sabha Parmadana Tathangataya Hadesaya Sambuddhaya Jaya un benze benze ma benzo ben ma biyan benze ba bodhi zidan ben ma bodhi menro bazan dhamma dana Sawa Garma Rana Bejodan Benzazo Namo Rana Dayaya Namo Banga Wazin Benzai Sama Adane Tadang Gadaya Arhadi Samya Sambudai Deyata Om Benze Benze Ma Benze Ma Benzo Ma Biya Benze Ma Bodhi Zidan Ben Ma Bodhi Mendo Bazam Dhamma Dana Vaigama Varana Bejo Dana Benza Zoa Namo Jaya Namo Bhagavata Benza Zara Brahmadan Vadaya Gadaya Arhati Samya Sambudaya Yadawun Buddhan Benza Man Benza Man Biyan Man Biyan Benza Man Branda Zidamen Ma Zadza 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 Sambama Buddhan Vaigama Varanam Bejobananda Rani Gije Yedam Lazar Denga Rinchen Chenjo Yigonzer Inde Nyenden Zawe Lamanda Yerme Janjo Yeten Zonjengan Kando karma zembe sujin ba le chin don choi chu gu yang gai tang ne don de be ga dai ju pen mai kan do nga dan wang yu gu jian wu Do dun zin cha ji dur ji ju da la da ju gun bi la ma dam jing zhi ten ji zer ji zheng wei li gu dun jia pian yong sen zhi bin de deng ye dan la zo yin jiu zong ye zhen bon dan zhe ne zang ye ge le wen zhe ran de yi xie jian zhang jiu.
In an instant I appear as the Yidam deity. In the space in front, on a supreme and splendid jeweled throne, is a seat of lotus, moon, and sun, upon which sits the Supreme Lord, Jigten Sungön, inseparable from the root guru, white tinged with red and shining with the radiance of the major and minor marks, wearing saffron-colored Dharma robes, a monk's vest, and a red meditation hat, the sign of having accomplished the ultimate truth. With a 5-colored rainbow sphere, he abides in Vajra posture, absorbed in the Mara subduing concentration and mudra. He is surrounded by the golden garland of the ultimate lineage, who are one with the gurus of view, conduct, and meditation. In the front and back, and to the right and left, on lion thrones and seats of lotus and moon, the assembly of Yidam deities, the three jewels, and the Dharma guardians gather like clouds. Light radiating from the syllables at their three places invites the wisdom beings in those identical forms.
Jo ba ji jo son zai son jan zong go dan ji Mo mo tam jen de ge je la do la ze gon ne de je zo dong e zhe dan zoi ji gun dan de tu zong ji bi ga ji dan bai zhe zan ye ye dan bong bu dan ni la 心多重阳日之家己我。
Victorious Lord Choba, endowed with the ability of the 10 strengths, together with your retinue, the ocean of the 3 jewels and 3 roots, by virtue of your previous pledges, quickly come here to this place with compassion and love for wayfaring beings. Please be seated firmly with delightful countenance on a lion throne, lotus and moon. With bodies as numerous as atoms, I prostrate to the embodiment of inconceivable qualities.
Banzar Sammanza Bima Kamala Edam Adipu Partita 心看相尊，只要小生大，自己都别真谈，而面真。真教一下子，养年容莫急。 Nam gen kang gun gong de da gen bo om gurun buddha rana sa pare vare argan bade de Alo gen gen de yan de shabda pardiza so.
I offer you oceans of pure lands with offerings filling the expanse of space, water for drinking, washing feet, lotuses and clouds of incense, arrays of lamps, sweet fragrances, food, melodious songs, and music.
Om Guru Buddha Rana Sabare Vara Argan Badan Bebe Alo Gen Gen De Ne De Shabda Bardi Zazoha. Yon de be yon de nam bang ai jar bu zi la wang wei zha xi da dan zi ji la so ba da lu lan de on ba nam lam bo.
desirable objects pleasing to the senses, the 7 precious royal attributes, the 8 auspicious symbols and substances, and so forth. I offer them to the victorious ones.
Na zon de yon de me nian zhe ba be ji je lang zhou dun de zo.
I offer a mandala of the billion-fold universe, 10 directions, strewn with heaps of Mount Meru and the continents and subcontinents, and adorned with myriad desirable attributes. Please accept it and grant accomplishment here and now.
Tuzon de ye gun de la ma la go zon ro ge dong wei chan za lo ke na zan zan ju ji jan zun ju tu son ji ji de dong so so ya zan zan ze be po la ji ran te zon ju ji go lo go wa zan adore je zon je ngo zo ji zo go son an da ge zo jan zo gan ge zong gong bon la me do je ngo.
With utmost devotion and faith, I pay homage with my 3 doors, Guru who embodies all Sugatas of the 3 times. I present you with oceans of offering clouds, outer, inner, and secret. I confess each and every wrongdoing and failing created by the 3 poisons. I rejoice in the activities of the 3 secrets. Please turn the Dharma wheel of the 3 vehicles and continue to remain in the nature of the 3 Vajras. I dedicate all the oceans of gathered virtue, the complete purity of the 3 spheres, in order to attain the unsurpassed state of the 3 kayas.
Om Jao Wu Jao Jin Joy Jo La Man Ji Ram Jan Jo De Ja Wai Ji Yi Zo Yo Dan Jam Zo Ran Xin Ni Ni yon ji yang la bom ji do ba
Precious Guru, who is the supreme refuge, worthy of homage, embodiment of the victorious ones of infinite directions and times, the very nature of the ocean of attributes, I faithfully pay homage and praise you with 100,000 melodious sounds.
who is good with melody? Young one knows better.
I think so, yeah.
智嘎智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽我们阿咕噜热那智智罗迦热那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽我们阿那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽我们阿那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽我们阿那摩咕噜变杂智嘎智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽我们阿那摩咕噜变杂智嘎智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽阿那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽我们阿那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕噜玛摩扎悉地巴拉吽唵那摩咕噜变杂智智罗迦那达人那悉利摩拉咕 se de pa Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo Cha Na Ta Ra Na Shi Le Mo La Guru Ma Mo Dra Se De Pa La Hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo cha se te pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi mo se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la Guru ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la ko lo ma ha mo dra se de pa la hom Om Namo Guru Pensa Zhi Zhi Lo cha na ta ra na shi le mo la Guru Mahamudra Siddhi Palaho Om Namo Guru Benza Zhi Lo Chana Tarana Shili Mura Guru Mahamudra Siddhi Palaho.
So now we need to jump into page 14, Tsok Offering. And we need to come back after the Tsok. We need to come back page 10, if you remember. If not, someone will navigate us back to here. But meanwhile, we do this. Okay, our Chupong. Om Benzara Mrada Gondale Ana Om Be Om Benzara Mrada Gondale Ana Om Be Om Benzara Mrada Gondale Ana Om Be. Earlier we talking about Om Subhai Shuddha. I think Tibetan truncated, but English is provided here. Om Subha Vajda Sarva Dharma Subha Vajda Dombe Ngangle Yamle Long Ramle Mei Jinggo Den Gamle Tobe Jebo Som Ale to bai che ga la no ma wi dan chou hi ro me me ra shu ma nan le bai che jian ra da tan xiang sen zhi jun zheng yin zang wen zai na dai ko hai ge mi da pan lang lang qian qie shan na mam lang bam bam dam zhen bi ka ju do ji la ye yong a di ga di ye we was on my phone, take my nebe rani ji, and now long hong hong xie, bebe long yu me bai de, to be to yin de nan ko, ma da zhong zhen yi san dang. Yang zai lin de jar gun ju la wu zai nam bar yin zhu tem xin tem ma da zhen da wa wu de xiu du zhen de bei jian zuo jiu.
Back to 14. From within the state of emptiness arises Yam, from which arises a wind mandala. From Ram arises a fire mandala. Above this, from Kam, appears a hearth on a tripod of 3 human skulls. From arises a skull cup, white outside and red inside. In the center and 4 directions from Mum, Bi, Ra, Shu, and Ma, arise brain, feces, blood, semen, and urine marked with the 5 syllables. In the center and the intermediate directions, Na, Da, Go, Ha, and Ku, transform into human flesh, horse flesh, cow flesh, elephant flesh, dog flesh, marked with Mam, Lam, Bam, Pam, and Tam. The skull cup is covered by a moon disk on which the Sanskrit vowels and consonants stand in a ring with Om Ah Hum stacked one above the other in the center. My nostrils emerges wind resounding hum hum, stirring and kindling the fire. The skull cup grows hot and the substances are boiled. All impurities and flaws are cleansed. Light radiates from the 3 syllables and the vowels and consonants, makes offerings to all the victorious ones, and gathers their blessings in the form of light. This light then dissolves into the syllables. At once the syllables and moon melt into light and merge with the nectar, which then transforms into a vast ambrosial ocean.
So now we chant the longer text.
Emptying the
And
house.
of course, I need not another, Batalam if you have. Oh, that's just my fault. Okay, do we have a lighter? Not now. Maybe it's too early. Maybe only one. Okay, not now yet. It's too early. Maybe we have time. Yeah. Okay. What do you want to do? English. It's more meaningful.
Okay.
Until the Batalam.
Okay.
And then we lead every Batalam, and then we chant Batalam prayer.
From Emaho or from all the Vijayadhara?
O Lama Rinzin Jarwa Shinju Jinkoro Je Laso Tanje Dunje Namkaran Benza Sama.
Emaho. We call upon all the great enlightened beings from every place and time. All you gurus, peaceful and wrathful, victorious ones, turn your wisdom toward us. Come now, take your places on seats of lotus, sun, and moon, and accept our prostrations and offerings so that we may purify impairments, breakages, and even the lower realms. To all the masters endowed with perfect qualities, we prostrate. To the Dharmakaya, beyond concept or elaboration, we prostrate. To the Sambhogakaya, the perfect enjoyment of great bliss, we prostrate. To the Nirmanakaya lords, protectors of beings, manifesting in diverse forms, we prostrate. To the Vajrakaya of the unchanging natural state, we prostrate. To the perfect kaya of complete awakening, we prostrate. To the peaceful deities who pacify the afflictive emotions, we prostrate. To the wrathful deities who annihilate mistaken views, we prostrate. To the body of gentle splendor, Lord of means and Master of life, we prostrate. To the lotus-like speech, which resounds without error, we prostrate. To the Vajra mind endowed with the true meaning, we prostrate. To the healing nectar which dispels the sickness of the 5 poisons, we prostrate. To the deities of Kilaya who banish arrogant demons, we prostrate. To the hosts of Mamos who control the 5 elements, we prostrate. To the Vijayadharas who have mastered the paths and stages, we prostrate. To the oath-bound ones who guard the teachings, we prostrate. To the lords of mantra who subdue enemies and obstacle makers, we prostrate. Self-aware, self-knowing, and undiluted. From the state of equality, pure wisdom arises. So we may purify mind and objects, we prostrate. To Samantabhadra and his consort, in enlightened wisdom, free from thought and undivided, the 5 pure wisdoms shine as glowing lights. So we may purify mind's afflictions, we prostrate. To these 5 families of the bliss-gone Buddhas, causes created out of basic space arise as partners of the 5 pure wisdoms. So we may purify the elements, we prostrate. To these 5 great consorts of basic space, a host of pure wisdom emanations, manifest spontaneously for being's benefit. So we may purify consciousness, we prostrate. To these 8 great warriors of awakening, in the state of wisdom, enlightened qualities are complete, and the desired attainments fall like rain. So we may purify space and time, we prostrate. To these 8 great goddesses of offering, valiant beings, subduers of the malevolent, free from the faults of clinging to a self, so we may purify wrong views, we prostrate. To these 4 Takritas who guard the gates, those who bring benefit to beings through love, compassion, joy, and equanimity, to purify eternalism and nihilism, we prostrate. To these 4 gatekeeping ladies of wrath, from 6 patterns of thought, 6 realms of samsara, arise through the force of unawareness, so that we may purify delusion, we prostrate. To the 6 sages who tame through compassion, expressions of pure awareness, always excellent. To Chemchok of the mandala, we prostrate. 5 poisons not abandoned but perfected. To the wrathful Herukas we prostrate. Arisen from basic space, uniting means and wisdom. To the wrathful consorts we prostrate. Great secret ladies emanated from wisdom. To the 8 female furies we prostrate. Fanged and winged devourers, female messengers, to the 8 Traman goddesses we prostrate. Ladies who entice, capture, bind, and enrapture, to the 4 female gatekeepers we prostrate. Female emanations in worldly guise, to the Ishvari goddesses we prostrate. Yamantaka, slayer of the Lord of Death, surrounded by terrifying hosts of haughty demons, to the body of gentle splendor we prostrate. Hayagriva, sovereign deity of power, and a retinue skilled in magnetizing and subjugation, to lotus speech we prostrate. Great and glorious Vajra Heruka, surrounded by a self-manifested retinue, to the pure and authentic mind we prostrate. Mighty Chemchok Heruka, and limitless peaceful and wrathful deities, to the perfected qualities we prostrate. Vajra Kumara, embodiment of activity, with the 10 wrathful ones blazing with fire, to the enlightened activity we prostrate. The Heruka fully perfected being, with a retinue formed of the 5 elements, to the hosts of Mamos we prostrate. The Vijayadhara, mighty Vajra wrath, encircled by those on the paths and stages, to the hosts of Vijayadharas we prostrate. Lord of secrets, cloaked in blue, surrounded by arrogant worldly forces, of the teachings we prostrate. Tobden Nakpo, powerful and strong, surrounded by masters of wrathful mantras, to the subduers of enemies and obstructors we prostrate. Whoever prostrates upon hearing in this way of the peaceful and wrathful victorious deities will heal all impairments and breakages of samaya and purify the negativity of the 5 boundless crimes. Even the lower realms will be emptied from their depths and proclaimed a Buddha field of the Vijayadharas. Now all the faults of our past misdeeds we verbally disclose and mentally confess and purify with lamentation and remorse. In devotion, we join our palms at our hearts, and in faith, we prostrate ourselves entirely, calling on the peaceful and wrathful deities by name. Then, when body and speech held firm, we visualize Vajrasattva at our crowns and recite the essence of the Narak Donchuk. Sato Samaya Manupalaya Benza Sato Tenopa Tisha Drido Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Suto Kayo Me Bhava Anurakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Prayasa Karma Siddham Me Siddham Shriyam Guru Ha 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 Bhagavan Sarvatata Gata Benzra Mame Mansa Bhava Mahasamaya Sato Ho. Vast array of peaceful and wrathful deities, turn your minds towards us, failing to follow Buddha's words and our teacher's instructions. We have fallen into error and confusion. Our gracious Vajra Master, we have abused and looked upon mistakenly. With cruel minds, harsh words, anger, and attachment, we have physically abused and brought real harm upon our consorts and Dharma brothers and sisters, all these impairments of the samaya of the body. We confess before the hosts of deities, peaceful and wrathful, failing to visualize the Yidam deity and retinue, chanting and reciting incorrectly or with interruption. All these impairments of the samaya of the speech, we confess before the five families, peaceful and wrathful. Having pledged to maintain the 10 secrets, we announce them to all and reveal the sacred substances. All these impairments of the samaya of the mind, we confess before the victorious ones, peaceful and wrathful. 5 samayas are there of recognition, but not recognizing the 5 families, we view them falsely. 5 samayas are there of not abandoning, but through ignorance we stray into the 5 poisons. 5 samayas are there of accepting. We view clean and unclean, are careless in our acts. 5 samayas are there of accomplishment, but not knowing how to abide within, we go astray. 5 samayas are there of enactment, but failing to discriminate, we act mistakenly. All these impairments of the branch samayas, in the presence of the Yidam deities, we now confess, ignoring the meditations of approach and accomplishment, failing to offer on full and new moon days and at the 6 times, lazy, distracted, and overcome by drowsiness, hoarding and offering too little out of stinginess, acting like a soak wolf, eating and drinking before its time, polluting the first portion and keeping the remainder, acting abruptly and without care and consideration. All these faults of impairment, witting or unwitting, we confess before the Dakinis and Samaya-bound protectors. All impairments of the Samayas of mind we now confess through the view. In the state of the universal ground, the mind of awakening, we realize the view in which there is no affirmation. We experience the meditation in which nothing is negated, and we realize the action without acceptance or denial. In this mind of awakening, without hope or fear, no breakage or impairment of any root or branch vows could ever occur or ever come to pass. and beyond the duality of confessed and confession, we are freed. Home, when the absolute space of phenomena is beyond elaboration, how tiresome is the view of existence and non-existence. How frustrating it is to cling to fixed ideas about reality. In the expanse of bliss beyond elaboration, we confess. State of Samantabhadra is beyond good or impure. How frustrating to cling to the ideas of good and evil. In the expanse of bliss that is Samantabhadra, we confess. When equalness is beyond all distinctions of size, how tiresome is the view of self and other. How frustrating to cling to the duality of great and small. In the expanse of equality and perfect bliss, we confess. When the mind of awakening is beyond birth and death, how tiresome is the view of this life and the next. How frustrating to cling to the duality of birth and dying. In the unchanging expanse of deathlessness, we confess. When the great Bindu is beyond corners and edges, how tiresome is this view of form and substance. How frustrating to cling to shapes with sides and corners. We confess in the expanse of the Bindu, the perfect sphere. In the state beyond change throughout the three times, how tiresome is the view of beginnings and endings. How frustrating to cling to ideas of change and transformation. We confess in the expanse beyond the changes of past, present, and future. Rising wisdom is neither to be sought for nor accomplished. How tiresome is the dualistic view of cause and effect. How frustrating to cling to ideas of effort and attainment. We confess in the naturally arising effortless expanse, when the great wisdom of Rigpa is beyond eternalism and nihilism. How tiresome is the dualistic view of perceiver and perceived. How frustrating to cling to things as everlasting or non-existent. We confess in the expanse of pure awareness wisdom. When pure reality is beyond the elaboration of ideas, how tiresome is the dualistic view of pain. How fat to cling to a center and extremes. We confess in the expanse of utterly pure dharmata. When the celestial palace is beyond dimension, how tiresome is this view of outside and inside. How frustrating to cling to the duality of wide and narrow. We confess in the boundless, unconfined expanse. When the space of the consort is beyond high and low, how tiresome is this view of upper and lower. How frustrating to cling to the duality above and below. We confess in the expanse of the secret place beyond dimension. Brahmadaya is free of duality. How tiresome is the view of outer and inner. How frustrating to cling to the duality of worlds and inhabitants. We confess in the immutable expanse of Dharmakaya. How sorrowful is the state of ignorant, deluded beings who cling to signs of substance in what has no form. How utterly mistaken are the minds of the deluded, perceiving an I and a self in what is beyond arising, not knowing appearance and existence to be an illusion. They feel attachment for wealth and possessions, not knowing that samsara has no true reality. They think friends and family, companions in delusion, will live forever. How utterly mistaken are the minds of ignorant beings. They reject the truth and put their energy into harmful deeds. Spurning Buddha's words, they fall prey to life's addictions and supply their intelligence to meaningless distraction. How pitiful are those whose lives lack meaning in this way. In the expanse beyond dissipating or conserving, we confess. Unaltered and naturally arisen is this great substance, pure from the beginning and thus beyond clean and unclean, 8 principal and 1,000 minor ingredients for accomplishing the 5 families of the Buddhas. This is the great elixir that heals the samayas. May the heart aspirations of the naturally abiding Buddhas from the great all-pervading realm of Akanishta be now fulfilled with the light of the 5 wisdoms. And by Samantabhadra's cloud-like offerings, may their enlightened intentions be fully realized. And may compassionate emanations bring freedom to the 6 realms. May this fulfill the heart aspirations of Samantabhadra, the original Buddha of unchanging luminosity. May it fulfill the heart aspirations of infinite, peaceful, to beings, appear in a succession that begins with Vajradhara. Now, for all these guides to wandering beings, its offering of kayas and Buddha field, may their heart aspirations be all fulfilled, fully realized. All our impairments and breakages of samaya we now confess. Om. Pure wisdom liquid, wet with dharmata, whose color is the red of ardent compassion. It is the causal blood that generates life, the self-arisen blood of the lotus rakta, the vital blood of the 10 fit for liberation, the elemental blood from red herbal essences, all of them pure substances of magnetizing, or impure causes for samsara's 3 realms. Through the enlightened intentions of the Heruka, the habits of samsara's 3 worlds are liberated, and it is blessed as a substance for offering. To the Great Mother Samantabhadri we offer, so that pure wisdom may dawn in our minds. To the hosts of wrathful Herukas we offer, so that their compassionate minds are invoked. To all the Mamos and Dakinis we offer, as a substance to restore the Samaya. To all the Dharma protectors and guardians we offer, so that they may carry out their activity. May this fulfill their heart aspirations, and may they grant us accomplishments. Nourishing foods that sustain the 3 realms, grains and fruit, and filled with the 6 different tastes. Meat from the bodies of the 10 who are liberated, and distilled grains, the intoxicating drink of warriors, considering them as a rich and plentiful feast for the we make an offering of them all. To the Dharma Dhatu we make imagined offerings. To the peaceful deities we make beautiful offerings. To the wrathful deities we make majestic offerings. To please the masters we offer. To delight the Dakinis we offer. To satisfy the guardians of the teachings we offer. As a support for fulfilling the Sasamaya commitments we offer. Okay, here we're going to start the lamp offering. Hung inside 100 lamps of the finest substance, we now plant 100 cleanest wicks, and fill them all with melted butter, the essence of the elements. Having lit these 100 brightly shining lamps with a wish to heal our impairments and breakages of samaya, we now offer them to all the victorious Buddhas out of the Dharmadhatu palace of Akanishta. The 5-colored lights of wisdom shine in dazzling splendor. May the heart aspirations of infinite, peaceful, and wrathful ones be now fulfilled. So of Dharma at the heart appears the Tigle, which is the seed of pure wisdom. May the heart aspirations of the self-arisen, peaceful deities be fulfilled. In the skull mansion palace of the brain, the light rays of naturally emitted warmth are all ablaze. May the heart aspirations of the self-arisen, wrathful ones be fulfilled. In the experience of faith and devotion, naturally arising Rigpa appears unceasingly. May the heart aspirations of the Vajra Master be fulfilled. In the subtle channels, wind energies and essences, is natural awareness vivid and clear. May the heart aspirations of the Mamos and Dakinis be fulfilled. In the universe's vast realms of existence appear the light spheres of the planets and stars. May the heart aspirations of the oath-bound ones of the outer world be fulfilled. May each and every impairment and breakage of samaya be purified through the strength of our samaya commitment. And may you grant us the accomplishments, ordinary and supreme.
Okay, last one, both Tibetan and English. It's short. Yeah. Om Dasam Meda Jungwe Jingko Da Lama Ye La Zo Yang Zo Gong Andar Ye Je Je Yin Ji Gang He Re Rigbe Ye She Mara Me Tam Den Bo 在吉言啦，当家阿弥达公啊，一切用作就办吧。到了样南达巴吉到了没办，都要用作做别人就办吧。Kamsangwa Yandon Galonzo Chamirada Marji Ninjumbo Andrew Don Lan Jarve Bao De Siji Zagin Chubai Halala Denji Barjizo
Within this wondrous mandala of secret instructions, we offer to all the masters and hosts of Yidam deities, we offer the lamp of the naturally arising space of phenomena, filled with the burning oil of pure awareness wisdom. We offer Amrita nectar of 8 major and 1,000 minor ingredients, the 5 kayas and the 5 pure wisdoms of awakening. We offer the exquisite torma that fills its pure vessel, a perfect and plentiful feast of every sensual delight. We offer enjoyment of the red rakta of non-attachment. In the expanse of the 3 entirely liberated realms of samsara, we offer the blend of 1,000 grains, the warrior's substance, powerful drink that generates majestic.
Allah, explore you.
Please accept them with delight. And now, the names?
Now talk.
Okay.
First, Tsok Offering.
Okay.
And on page 17. Om Drikung Barji Ninjo Tamba Jabda Dorji Janjan Jubaraji Jawe Wambo Nyame Rinjamba Jinjan Zaju Lame Tonan La Sundro Dume Kalon Integu Juji Yedan Izo Jeno Zonsu Dabi Bodran Bao Engando Mingze Shundro Yi Rana Yi Yansu Rongwe Gazon Juzon Dam Jin Yanzo Lao Janjo Yagi Zogan Jari Zo Moga Dongwei Zinji Zon Dam Na Angwaji Todan Tanzui Nirgon Den Drjin Jijo Kubi Chanzai Duyon tamze lana me ba ye nyen ze chum Bongwe dorje jo namdan zoje jobe ngobo ande nje je la burla na la je ba ron zo la je ro shen ye shen san ba ran zo Drikung sanje to baran do ba ye gana zar nigazan burla na da dan kanyan samjen maluk Tsonyi raja demi nyer janshin Tanlam gui to baran je do so da zo yang ma to te si de ngen zhong kurve neng lam ban de dan jo ren ju ne dong ye wan za wa gun shi xin na jo te su ji be ji ba dong mo ba na wang de de ne jiang den ge zha ge zhe wei che len zu.
Page 18. From the all-encompassing purity of the Akanishta Dharmadhatu and the sacred dwelling place of the glorious Lord Drikung, the presiding master, powerful Vajradhara, and the lineage masters, the supreme victor, peerless Ratnashri, and the assembly of the very kind root and lineage gurus are invited from the spontaneously present primordial great bliss sky expanse. The assembly of Yidam deities of the 9 yanas and the 4 classes of Tantra are invited from the palace of the pure outer and inner sacred places. The Viras, Dakinis, the mothers, sisters, and travelers of strength are invited. From the terrifying dwelling place of wisdom self-display, the ocean-like assembly of oath-bound Dharma protectors, guardians are invited to this immeasurable palace of feast offering from us yogis. When I pray to you with intense devotion and yearning, consider your previous heart pledge made with love and come here and be seated with delight. I humbly bow to you. The unsurpassed Samaya substance of sensory enjoyments is the supreme Vajra mind that has relinquished the stains of dualistic grasping. As I am presenting this feast offering of utter purity, this glorious appeasement to the sublime ones, Allah Laho, please enjoy it with delight. Accept it, enjoy it, be pleased and satisfied. As I offer this Gana Chakra feast to you with my heart set on the awakening of all beings, please help without exception and all sentient beings, limitless of space, to perfect the 2 accumulations, to swiftly purify the 2 veils, and to attain freedom, the state of the 4 kayas. Until we have attained complete enlightenment, may we desist from taking birth in lower realms, evil states of samsara, attain a supreme and precious human body endowed with freedom and fortune, and practice the true Dharma. Manifest activities to fully pacify all illness, evil spirits, and harm. Manifest activities to increase the life, splendor, and riches of us yogis. Manifest activities to magnetize with the 4 levels of intentional conduct. Manifest activities to liberate enemies and obstructors who harm the teachings.
Om Guru Devanda Genen Ganaza
Chakra.
Kunzaga. scoop of the hold that by the pen. Om Maho Tai Chi Da Ni Da Ni Da Sun Jo. Hold like this. An Jin Zon Je Wo Yin De Nam Da Ran Xin A La La Ngon Zai Man Gai Chen Dai Xi Ran Nan Dong Re De Ni Xie 这我一些就我一热多me ben andoro.
Imaho, method and wisdom are emptiness, pure from the beginning. Their union is pure, pristine, great bliss. The fruition of creation and completion are the seven limbs, complete within the utter purity of my own mind. Allah, wondrous, unhindered, like the moon reflected in water, I see my own nature and thus realize the truth. By unifying with the fruition wisdom, I am released within the state beyond hope and fear.
So maybe you can serve everyone scoop of wine to everyone, and then someone can help to from there. Tu som son jing go ro ram ba jing go ro gun da da jin ba ya ho je gu zhen du no ro bo da so an da so xin je lo do so chen no ko ho de xe wa da sam ba xin je lo.
So we have a lot of people want to make dedications for Nara Kongshak, so I'll be reading the names. Please pardon me if my pronunciation isn't perfect. In advance. So Andy Superman, Christine Zhang, Yuling Zhang, Huiqing Liu, Liu Qi Liu, Kan Pak Woon, Tan Bin Ping, Amy and Benjamin Rune, Virginia Platt Genres, Donald Trump, Ka Xuan, Doug Mabry, James H. Johnson, David Schreiber, Rinchen Kondrol, Tom Kroos, Franco Fernandez, Kim Se-rong, Wee Song, Amy Fry Miller, Roman the Dog, Gene Hackman, Wife and Dog, Tom Robbins, Roberta Roberta Flack. Okay, sorry. Cindy Churchward, Fred Pope, Johnny Bonden, Pal James, Harry Tita, George and Kimberly Ingram, Lee Bondi, Paula Pope, Gustav Pope, Vincent Bondi, Katie Bonden, John Sylvester, MD, Donald Mason, Robert Kanjen, Ropi Chari, Chris Riche, Tom Robbins, Pong An Chow Pum, Patricia, Lorna's mom, Michelle Chachen Tenberg, Jerry Schmidt, Hyun Ngong Yang, Riley Dix, Sherry Latimer, Paul Latimer, Diane Elizabeth Berard, Carl Dean, Karma Namgyal Lama, Zopa Heron, Robin Rose, Ryan Shausi, Hannah Isas, Amef Azes, Fiza Azes, Dishu Yang, Wei Mei Xie, Goshen Yang, Shengi Wang, Dan Yayun, Doug Shuqing, Yang Xiulan, Doug Shuping, Dong Zhenhao, Wendy Yishen, Barbara Noyes, Wu Wentian, Hong Yihua, Yan Yu, Muchen Wu, Yanfen Wang, Fei Jia Wang, Yiping Huang, Bing Li, Xingku Zhu, Jing Yan Li, Diane Chen, Shulian Kwok, Anne Chek, Li Wenxie, Xiao Yun Yang, Mikolaj and family, people who suffer from earthquakes, Tuan Leong, Moi Trung, Bin Xuan, Ronald Leong, Vanessa Leong, Simon Leong, Chi Tiong Leong, Ni Tran, Hugh Kwok, Johnny Doe, Jessica Leong, Con Do, Hai Do, Bing Han Huan, Fong Lam, Jack Lam, Bing Kiet Yuan, Mitch Capper, Yun family, May T. Maron, Elizabeth Cooper, Harvey Goldman, Dorothy Hellman, Masha Kechara, Joy Wang's family, Wei Chen Chen, Guo Chen's family, and Niley Wang's family. May you all benefit from the non-rock construct practice we do.
And you need a little bit residual for our friends who may need more fruits out there. And my Umagaramagam sarvadharmana adunubhenadada Om Bezo. Put that back. Oh, you can stand there, then slowly back. De la me lon je jen de xiang an de da dan dan je kan won kan do zong ma je va a zhe bo zhong zhen ji tan zhen zhen gong jie ba jie la ngon zhen zhen jiu ne jia wei ga xin tam den jiao wan dang san ji den bei ji yi zang bei dong jiu wei le Amen.
Heroes, dakinis, and protectors, all those of you who manifest in worldly form to help us practitioners, delightfully accept the vast enjoyment of the Sugatas remainders, the vast Samaya substances containing 5 meats and 5 nectars, having been satisfied and appeased according to the Buddha's word, please propagate the Buddha's teachings, effortlessly accomplish the wishes of practitioners and all the activities entrusted to you, and protect us yogis who keep samayas.
Uzzadra Balan Baka. Now we need to go back. Do you remember we say
10.
sadhanas we have receiving self-empowerment, that we are city or empowerments that now we are taking ourselves. Page 10. Did you say 10?
Page 10.
Okay. Okay. Chojun de jawa tam ji ji ge son do ji ngo xin la be sa son do we jam gong ren na shi ri ya zi ju ba ji la zo wan de ye le zhe ge do bai xin ji lo zo zo long ge do bai xin ji lo sen ni jo ge do bai xin ji lo ce ji zang ji to bai xin ji lo.
To Ratnashri, the father with his lineage of sons, the refuge and protector of beings wandering in the 3 planes of existence, whose essence of body, speech, and mind is blessed by all the victorious ones of the 10 directions, 3 times I pray. Grant me your blessings that I may realize the illusory body to be Nirmanakaya. Grant me your blessings that I may realize the life force energies to be Sambhogakaya. Grant me your blessings that I may realize mind itself to be Dharmakaya. Grant me your blessings that I may attain Buddhahood in a single life.
shi zo da bin gu zo la ma den la mi dan den tu ga de wa ne ane gan ten se wu du da yin je ne ye ten be de ram da jin wan je le da gu ji san mon de la ne da ma wu pon ron yin de jo ne ron da la me son son da rong ge go son nyam ba jen bo jo.
As I thus supplicate, the retinue dissolves into the Guru. From the Guru's forehead, throat, heart, and navel radiates white, red, blue, and yellow light, which dissolves into my 4 places, thus gradually purifying the 4 obscurations. The 4 empowerments are obtained, and the seeds of the 4 kayas are sown. Finally, the Guru also transforms into a mass of light and dissolves into me. The Guru's 3 secrets and my 3 doors merge into great equality.
Rest a little bit. Now we know how to rest. Yeah. De da ba da le ma le gong xin chu du zong de ji bi ge zo ji kam song gor wa ne bin ro gun ji hu song yong ji la ma Atop je ngon dong a te be shen pa nam som shin chen chen la ma ju be co nam je song ye den de ye je ge gen cha jen jo ngon zhe zha xi zhou.
I dedicate all the virtue of thus practicing well the glorious Guru, and of offering, praising, and supplicating, so that all beings dwelling in the 3 realms of samsara may attain the state of Guru of the whole of samsara and nirvana. By the qualities of the 3 secrets of the 3 chariots of the sutra and mantra vehicles, and by the qualities of the kind Guru and lineage masters, may there be the auspiciousness that all beings accomplish Mahamudra, the supreme attainment.
Now we have the end of the text, the Monam aspiration prayer, page 25. Tu sum cho chu jar kun jin tu ba gong a yi shi nga yi ngo. Che me tu jin chen le yong ja ban tsung me la me shab la zor wa. Parden za we la ma rinpo je da ge je wo be me den shu. Kadri chenpo gane je song de ko song to je ngoro da da tada ngoro malun jung we ne je chen la ma je jen zor ta tene zam de je wa tam je de ni xin je san zen be ren ze da 本座是南巴勒卓比心等等大比心大我们最近准备新疆来着的全部木来新的来接我来。这到了文镇这位在家湾你办几天广播。自己坚传走上这样的大举带来年的门把，就算家人现在能把单进的南站热闹些的，今年就说要是南上了，说他们对应我这年代。上山谈白一些的自己高尚对待没些根治，起初总算他一些呀来路中将把来养当从把来，谈就有点从为人间了，南大这就担当家的。鸟的没大就拉拉下那秋季。Jik barai shinjil, nime zola gurvin jikda de lor nam yon sambi shiran. Dichi gundu penge tamshu la zanju chakun be barai shinjil. Kila yedam jingara kila we domba somji jinsam la sob. Kanai jinzhi chaye tamchi la landor zorshin shiva shinjil. Tome tene yurikdo nengan de dungaran bashi nyangwe nangsor. Ninjun joshi tene jewa ye tarwa tonye jewa shinjil. Dāgē dāndā jēwā chāme nē dē dāng dāngā sāngū chēnā rō nā pāmā tōng nē nying jē dāng xiong chō sīm chōng jōng wā rā xīn jē chō dāng chā wē rāng yīn chū jē yāng lēk bā rā dō bē chāk jā chēn bā yin so zan nam jia chen na du be so sung jo nyam so lam ba ra xin je le long ge do zi be cha wa nam sam lang ko lu en cong jie chen de ni lai chap da do jian jiang ge ji wang chu to ba xin je看得真的当着满就那老就带带别毛过别。一天松光我把没被张口的同满年的接过来，等那接单接我当接的娘们公婆这个人情，等班就等明着拉马也接送容，直接轮来。乔山家我都记先拉当大家某个单位面安。去年军的了没等到，现在莫把已经着就一件。Yeah.
Embodiment of all the conquerors of the 3 times and 10 directions, very essence of the 5 kayas and 5 wisdoms, your boundless, compassionate activities pervade everywhere. Incomparable Guru, at your feet I pray. Precious, glorious root Guru, seated on a lotus at my heart, with great kindness take me under your care and bestow the cities of body, speech, and mind. By offering and praying to the Venerable Guru, who is the source of all these cities without exception, may I be lovingly taken under your care from this day onwards in all future lives. By meditating single-pointedly on the land arisen from perfect merit and excellence, the pure land, bliss endowed of changeless light, may I cultivate the pure lands well, and may I be reborn there after passing from this life. A garland of light radiating from the victor's heart. From its tip manifests the second Buddha Lord Jigten, and together with his sons he descends. Having gathered the accumulations and purified obscurations, may my mind stream ripen with these. Perfect guide Ratna Shri, single embodiment of the wisdom, love, and strength of all Buddhas of the three times, all sufficient source of refuge, master and two sons. Through supplicating you, may I obtain the two accomplishments. May the wisdom nectar of the three pure secrets wash away all evil deeds, obscurations, and unconsciousness of my three doors, and may my understanding of limitless fields of knowledge, such as explanation, debate, and composition, be equal to Manjushri's. Now I have obtained this precious body, possessing all the qualities of freedom and endowment, and I have met of the flawless practice lineage. Time is such, bless me so the realization of impermanence will quickly dawn, and thus the ideas of the eight mundane affairs will fall apart. I am terrified, wondering when the Lord of Death will suddenly appear and strike my fragile life. Thus bless me so I may strive with fervent effort in the practice of the holy Dharma, which will surely be of benefit in this and all future lives. Bless me to understand perfectly those things I should do and those I should not, according to restrictions such as the three vows undertaken in the presence of the Master, disciples, and yidams, and determining right and wrong in accord with the precise working of cause and effect. Since beginningless times, sentient beings have experienced only suffering. As I have aroused deep renunciation and sadness in this existence, bless me so I bring forth zealous effort in attaining liberation. Lifetimes, sentient beings have been tormented by great evil, suffering, and pain for my sake. As I have recognized them as my parents, bless me to give birth to compassion and the supreme mind of enlightenment. Bless me so I may practice the union of deeply realized Mahamudra, natural simplicity of the basic space of phenomena, and the accumulation of extensive merit, generosity, and so forth. Bless me to completely sever the web of existence, the karmic winds and mental fictions, with the wheel-like weapon of the profound path, so that I thereby attain the state of the presiding master Vajradhara, powerful Lord of the four kayas in this very life. Should I not attain supreme accomplishment in this life, may I be born among the foremost of disciples in the presence of Lord Jigten, manifesting as Amitabha in the blissful land lotus display in the West. In brief, in all my lifetimes, may I never be separated from the excellent teachings of the unequaled Lord Drikung Ratna Shri. May I be accepted by gurus, and may I strive with devotion to the purpose of others and myself. By the compassionate blessings of the three jewels and the victorious ones, through our yearning with intense devotion, and by the power of the nature of things, the infallible truth of cause and effect, may our wishes be fulfilled according to this aspiration. Okay, page 18. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root and lineage gurus, divine assembly of Yidams, assemblies of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, heroes and heroines, Yogini and her assembly of Dakinis, all of you dwelling in the 10 directions, please heed me. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. Afflictions of attachment, hatred, ignorance, pride, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, gain, respect, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May I become may I gain the At the moment of death, may I not experience the suffering of being abruptly severed from this life. For a terrible death, confused by wrong view, untimely death, joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind itself, and in the crystal clarity of Dharmata. In any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo. Long life. For this realm and by snow-covered mountains, you are the source of all benefit and happiness. Tenzin Gyatso, Lord Chenrezi, may you remain steadfast. End of samsara. And being who upholds and increases the teachings of the Shakya lion, supreme are your activities of guiding others with your perfect deeds. May you, the precious Guru who accomplishes everything spontaneously, live long. Holder of the teachings of Lord Drikung, great Lord of the Three Jewels, through the power of your peerless compassion and the holy Dharma's peace and light, you bring relief to beings. May your life be long. The one known in the noble land is the Arya Deva, emanated into the Gar clan of eastern Tibet as Chodingpa, the heart son of Jigten Gompo. May the life of glorious Garchen remain steadfast for 100 eons. Skipping to 28. May the teachings of the great Drikungpa Ratna Shri, Master of Interdependence, Omniscient, Lord of Dharma, the seen all knowable things, be upheld until the end of cyclic existence. Hearing, contemplation, and meditation. 1,000 arms are the 1,000 wheel-turning kings. Your 1,000 eyes are the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon. Your love is boundless like space. I supplicate Bodhisattva Chenrezi. Om Mani Padme Hum Ri. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Shri Om Mani Padme Om Shri Om Mani Padme Om. Gewadi Neduda Chenrezi Wan Drukturne Drowa Chikyam Malupa Te Sala Koparsho Sancho Rinpoche Mache Banam Che Jepa Nyampa Me Bayang Gone Undu Pelwarsho Ima No No Sa Sangye Nawatai Da Yesu Jowo Tuje Chenpo Da Yondu Sempa Tuchen Tobna La Sangye Johnson Pagme Korji Degi Notsa Patu Me Payu Tewa Chenje Sawe Zinka De Dajen Deni Sepo Jermata Chewa Chenje Bama Chupa Deru Chene Nante Shelton Sho Deke Dagye Molam Tapayi Chochu Sangye Chansem Tamche Geme Drupa Chinji Laptu So Teata Pensatria Awa Bodha Naye So. Thank you, Khenpo. Jay.
Hi, everyone. So we are very successful, finished the teaching. So Rinpoche's teaching is so wonderful and profound, very amazing. So it's very good teaching. I believe everyone from the teaching get big benefits. So hopefully everyone in the future can practice very well. So we want to thank Rinpoche. Thank you, and wish Rinpoche will be come back in the future. So we have a channel need talk about Rinpoche's some information. So please.
Thank you very much, Yanfenjie. And thank you. Hi, friends on Zoom. It's good to see you. Is it good better? Hi, friends on Zoom. It's good to see you. My name is Chen Ru. I'm a student of Khenpo Rinpoche, and actually, I think among all the Sangha, I am the youngest Dharmali. So I'm really, I'm not supposed to be representing all the all Rinpoche's students, but here I am. First, we would really like to thank the center. We're it's such an amazing experience to be able to listen to such profound teaching, and also for those of us in person receiving the empowerment and also the pointing out instructions. And we would not have had the opportunity for any of this without Yanfen Jie, without Akang Ge, Ating Jie, without Su Yang, without Sandy, without Joey translating so hard, without Dishu, without Lily, without Jacob, and also if we would not have been here without Dip and also Fook, for thank you so much for the delicious lunch. We're so grateful for you really just opened the door and embraced all of us. Um, I think Garchen Rinpoche oftentimes say that even though conventionally we only take refuge in one guru, but ultimately all gurus are one guru. And for me, a beginner, I never understand what that means. But coming here, witnessing how Yan Fenjie, Akang Yitingjie, and everyone have treated Rinpoche, our beloved teacher, and also learning all the stories throughout the years, how everyone at the center have really, really helped to keep Gacho Rinpoche's vision to continue. We're just really, really immensely grateful. And um, as the representative of Khenpo Rinpoche's student, I wanted to share that please, for those folks on Zoom and also here, if you can, please support the Drikung Seattle Center. This is really maintaining a center is so difficult, especially at times like this. So we really, really, if you can help financially, if you can offer your time, if you can, such as Lily taking out trash and cleaning the dishes and all the things that folks have been doing here. We hope more people will come to the center, and more people will support the center. And if you are aspire to do so, please visit the Drikung Seattle website, which is drikungseattle.org. And really, really, we're really grateful for that. And for those of you who might be meeting Rinpoche, whether in person or online for the first time, if you would want to learn more about Khenpo Rinpoche's teaching, you can visit Rinpoche's website. The link, the address is khenpoyeshi.com. And we will also include this message later, and so that maybe the center can send out to everybody who registered for the event. That's all I have to say here. Thank you all so much, and thank you, friends in the who will be watching this video in the future. Please support the center. Thank you very much.
So I here only want to from my heart to thanks Rinpoche, and I thanks all the volunteers and the Ongze and the translator and cooking. So King is always cooking every event and delicious. Also, yeah. Also, King always make amazing dessert. So Deep always help, and all the volunteers here, everyone help us a big help. Su Yang and Kiran and Jacob, everyone. So it's from my heart to thanks everyone. If with all everyone the support, I cannot do anything, right? So you guys like my sisters, my family. I deeply appreciate these years you guys how support me, support this center. So I want to say thank you to all of you. So help. So hopefully in the future we work together, we study together, and be good and make Gachin Rinpoche's wish become true. And also this time I told Gachin Rinpoche we have a 37 group practice. Rinpoche was extremely happy and made a video sent to us. Said this is very good and continue practice 37 and discuss 37. So we have to do that. Okay. Thank you all.